What if you could build your own Dropbox and publish your own Typescript SDK to NPM in just one project? Meet UploadNest, a production-ready file storage platform you will build in this video. Comes with its own Typescript SDK published to NPM so others can integrate it in minutes. UploadNest is built using Node.js, AWS S3, MongoDB, Locktail, and more. Packed with powerful features like analytics and charts, API keys, multi-file zip download, bulk delete, filters and pagination, plus a clean and responsive user interface. So make sure you like, subscribe, and share to support this channel. Now let's dive into the demo. As a business owner, the first thing you have to do is to sign up or you log in. And once you log into the application, you'll be brought into this overview page that shows the number of uploaded files for the past 30 days and the chart that displays the number of files uploaded for each day. Then also the number of usage used for the past 30 days and the number of usage used for each particular day. Once you scroll down, we can see a total number of storage used and the total number of storage given to this application. Once you scroll down, we can see the recent uploaded files and you can click here to view all files. And in all file section, you can search for a file, you can type, and this will search for the file based on the keyword you provide. Once you clear it, this will get all the file. You have the option to toggle this from grid view to list view and from list view to grid view. And once you select each file, you can select this file and you can download, copy links, or delete. Once you click on this file and you click on download, this will download a single file, and you can see the file as downloaded. And you also have the option to download multiple files, and this will convert this to add those files in a zip format. If I select these two files here and I click on download, this will show processing, preparing your download, and you should see zip file is downloading, and this should download the zip file for us. Then we also have the option to click on multiple file and then copy link, and this will copy the link to the clipboard. We also have the option to select multiple files and also delete files, and this will delete the two files selected. We also have the option to upload file. Once you click on the upload file button, you can select a file. So I'll click on this to choose a file, and I'm going to choose two files here. I'm going to select these two files, and we can see the files selected here. I can click on this upload, and once I click on this upload, this will upload these two files into our AWS S3 bucket, and then to refresh the page, and we can see the file uploaded. I will select them and delete them. So, and then if I click on delete, this will delete the two files from here. Then we can go over to the documentation, and the documentation in this project we're going to be building our very own SDK, and there we can install this application with UploadNest and client, and we can see the code start on how to upload this. And our SDK also consider Node.js usage, React usage, and also Next.js server side server action usage, which you will build completely from scratch in this project. And we can see the error handling, and then we also have the option to try to use the API direct. In order to try this out, the npm package out, you need to create an API key. And once you go to the API key section, you have the option to create a new API key. Note that this API key won't be stored on the database. This API key will be hashed in the database. So I'll click on create key and I'm going to say demo key. And once I click on create, this will create the API key for us. And we can see the important message here. It says this API key is only shown once, and make sure you copy it and store it. And after that, we can't be able to see this API key again. So I'm going to click on copy and then click on done. And once I click on done, we can see the API key added here. You can click on this option to delete API key, and this will delete the API key from the API key list. Let's quickly create it again. So I'll say demo key, and I'm going to click on create, and this will create the key again. So I'm going to just copy this and then click on done. Then I've pasted the API key in the env, and I'm calling the package inside the server side, server action, and also in the API route to select some file. And then I'm going to select, and don't forget to subscribe and share this video images. And then I'm going to click on this API route. And once I click on this should upload this file to the S3 bucket, and we should be able to see the results of the two file uploaded here. And if we go ahead and check this and click on files, now we should be able to see the files here. And lastly, we can go back to settings and we can click from light dark mode to light mode. We're able to see this in the light mode. So I have my VS Code open, and then I've created the folder, empty folder, backend, client, and SDK. And I'm going to navigate into backend, into the backend folder. And then we're going to, let me clear this, and we're going to initialize npm. So npm initialize dash y, and this should initialize the npm package, package.json. Then let me clear my terminal, and then let's install the npm packages. I'm going to paste that here, and you should be able to see we are installing AWS SDK and Logtail, Bigcrypt, Mongoose, and some other things here. And we can see, make sure you copy the exact version of these npm packages. So I'm going to click on enter, and this should start to install these packages. So I'm going to wait for this to install, and this has successfully installed the packages. So I'll clear my terminal. Let me clear, and then we're going to install the dev dependency. I'm going to just paste that to again, and we can see the types, the node one, and prettier, and ts node and Typescript. So click on enter, and then this should install the dev dependency. So I'm going to wait for this to install. And this has already installed. So let's clear the terminal, and then let's initialize Typescript. So ts init, and this should create ts uh, ts config here. Sorry. Um, add dash at the end, I mean before the init, and click on enter, and then this should set up our ts config. Then inside the ts config, I'm going to just clear everything here, and I'm going to just paste that. So we have the compiler options here. We have the targets, module, common.js, root directory, slc folder, the base directory, base URL, dot slash out directory is in this folder, and then we have the include, and also the exclude. So just save that, and inside the backend folder, let's create a folder here. We're going to call it SRC, and then inside the TS config here, just create a file. Let's create the prettier rc, and then inside here, I'm going to say semi true, single quote true, print with at, tab with 2, use tab first, and the remaining part. So just save this, and then I'm going to create prettier ignore. So dot prettier rc, sorry, not rc, ignore, and then we just put node module like this. Then we save it. So then let's create another file. We're going to call this nodejs.json, and then inside here, I'm going to just this is going to watch src folder, and then let's add some comma here, and just extension, which is going to be .tx or tx, and then we're going to say execute tx node dash dash files slc slash index.tx, and inside the package.json, we should be able to see we installed dev dependency, we saw tx node. So here we're going to set the, let's clear this out, and let's set dev. It's going to be node mon, and then we're going to also add build. We're going to say txc, and then copy dot package.json dot dix, and then lastly we're going to also have start, sorry, it's going to be node dix, the index.js, and let's say that. So we are done with this. So let me clear all of this, and then inside here we're going to create the controller, the service controller folder, the service folder, and then we're going to also create the route folders, the route folder, and I've created everything. We have the config constant enum. So change this controller to controllers, middlewares, model, all of them are empty, routes, service types, utils, and validators, and then index.tx. So let's quickly create .env. So inside the env file, I'm going to just place this, port the node env, Mongo URI, JWT secret, and then the allowed origin. So just save this. And once you save this, let's go into the src folder inside the utils, and let's create a file called get-env.txt. And then inside here, we're going to say export constant get env is going to be equals to um. So let me just cross this, and then we're going to we're going to get the process.env with the key, and then if the value is undefined, then we are going to check if there's a default value. If there is no if default value is undefined, then we throw an error, else we return default value. Or if there is a value, then we return the value. So just save this, and once you are done, let's go into the config and let's create the env.config.txt. And then inside here, we are going to say constant env config. Sorry, constant env config. It's going to be equals to, let's call this the method, and then I'm going to just say open this, and there I'm going to get the node set node underscore env. This is going to, we're going to make use of the method we created, get env, from the src. So I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm going to just open this, and then I'm going to just place, and let me just close this. So now like this, we're going to do for the remaining one here. Then I'm going to just call them here. We have the base part, the Mongo UI, JWT secrets, JWT expire in the level, and then also the allowed origin. Once you say that, let's export this. So export constant env. env is equals to env config. Then save this. So now we need to create a file again. We're going to call this http status and status, or let's leave it to http dot config dot txt, and then we're going to say constant http config is going to be equals to, and then we're going to call this object, and inside here we can just say okay is on 200 status, and then I'm just going to paste the remaining one here. And then once we do that, let's export this. So I'll come down below here and say export constant http status is equals to http config, and then let's also export the type http status um, status code type. This is going to be equals to, let's wrap this to uh, type of http status, and then we're going to also say uh, key of, sorry, key of type of http status, and save this. And once I hover over this, you should see that the type is number. So let's save this. So now let's go into close the config, go into the enum, and let's create our error code. Error code, let's call it error code dot enum dot txt, and then save this. And then inside here, export constant error, sorry, error and code enum is going to be equals to, we're going to call access unauthorized, and this is optional. If you want, if you don't want to use this, you can skip this part. and then we're going to just say access underscore unauthorized. And then I'm going to just paste the remaining ones here, which is auth user not found, email already exists, not found, too many requests, insufficient storage, which is going to be required, invalid input, and then interval server error. So let's just also add as constant here, and then we're going to also export type error code enum type is going to be equals to key of type of error code enum. Then we are done with this. So let's also create the middleware. So we're going to create the async handler. So let's just create that async handler. So async handler is just a wrapper that wraps the controller with try or catch and send out the error to the error handler. So we're going to just create async handler middleware .tx, and then we're going to also create error handler .middleware .tx. So the async handler will takes in the error from the throw error that we do inside the controller or service down into the error handler, and the error handler will render the return the error in the response internal server error. So let's quickly do that. So here we're going to say type async controller. Let's call it controller type is going to be equals to, and then let's just return promise of any like this. Then inside here we're going to say request, and let's import request for express. So I'm going to just say request, and then we're going to say response from express, then next function from express. Then let's say export constant async handler, and this is going to be equals to, let's just open this, and we're going to pass in the controller, and the type is going to be async controller, which is an async controller, and then this is going to give return an async controller type. Then let's say async, and then let's call this like this, and then inside you're going to say we're going to get the request response and next, and then inside here we're going to create a try or catch here statement, and we're going to say await controller, and then we're going to pass in the request response and next, and below here we are going to use next and then pass down the error. So now once we wrap this will catch the error with the try or catch an async error, and then we're going to throw the error to the error handler. So let's quickly write the method for the error handler, the middleware for the error handler. So inside here we're going to say export constant error handler, and this is going to be of type error handler from express. So I'm just going to import that here. Let me copy this, and then we're going to, let's just return. So yeah, we're going to set the return type to any to avoid TypeScript issue. So I'm going to say error. We're going to get the error. We're going to get the request, the response, and the next here. So inside here we can just say console console.log, we can say error code paths, and then we can define the path here. Sorry, let me just say request.paths, and then we can also let's just open this here. We can say body request.body. You can also get the param request.params and error here. So like this. So now we can also get if error instance of syntax error, and let's say and body, sorry, and body in error. Let's just so this we catch when we send a wrong JSON uh, body. This will catch the error. Maybe there's a typo there or something like that. This will catch that and render and return the response instead of crashing the server or sending a 500 internal server error like that. So I'm going to just say return response or status, and I'm going to use HTTP status from HTTP status config. So I'm just going to change this. I'm going to say dot bad request, and then the JSON. Let's just send a message and say invalid JSON format. I can say please check your request body like this. And then we can just return an internal server error here. Response.status HTTP dot internal server error dot JSON. And then we have message here. We'll just say internal server error. I will say error dot message. And then we're going to just say, if there's no, just say unknown error. Save like this. And then we're going to also create our own error. So instead of throwing error and throw new error inside our controller, we are going to create a custom error so we can do throw bad request exception. And this will take the status of 400, while we have internal server throw a new internal server um, error exception, and that will take 500. So it is dynamic. If we use throw new error like this will always fall back to 500 internal server error, which we don't want. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to clear this, and we're going to create if error instance instance of app error. We're going to call this app error. We've not created that yet, so I'm just going to just put the if here, and there we're going to just say return response dot status, and this will just take in the error, give us the error dot status code, and then we're going to just say JSON, and then we're going to have the message here. We can just say error dot message, and then we're going to also pass in our error code which we created, and this will give us, we're going to say error, because we're going to add that to the error, So I can say error code, something like this. So we want to be able to return with a dynamic status code. So I'm just going to just comment this here, and let's go ahead and create the app error. So come into the utils and let's create app error.txt here, and then save this. And inside here we're going to extend from the error. So let's extend from the error class. We say class app error is going to be extend from error, and then we're going to have public status code. This is going to be HTTP. Remember we said a type, HTTP status code type. So let me quickly remove this, and then I'm going to just set this to, let me just like this, and then let's also have public, and this will take in the error code too. We say um error code, and this will have the type of error code enum type here. So now let's create a constructor, and I'm going to just open this. So inside the constructor, we're going to have message of type string, and we're going to have the status code. This is going to be equals to, we're going to give it a default of HTTP status dot internal server error, and error code, which is going to be optional, error code enum type like this, and then inside here we are going to say super. I'm going to pass in the message, and I will say this dot status code is going to be equals to the status code, and then we're going to say this dot error code, sorry, dot error code is going to be equals to the error code which we defined up there. Um, this is trying some error code type. Okay, so let me just do error dot capture slack trace. We're going to say this dot this dot constructor. Type of I think this is string some this dot error code. Mhm. So let me just remove this here. Mm. So I found the issue. I should have set this to option on undefined here. So I'm going to just extend from the app error here, and I'm going to just say internal server error. Let me import the error code So I'm going to say internal server error here. Extend from app error. We're going to define a constructor where we pass in the message and the error code, which is optional. And then we can set the error code. I think we don't need to. Okay, yeah, we can pass the error code here, which the user can pass, and then we have the super that takes in the message, the status code, and the error code here. So now, since we know that internal server error has a 500 status code, we are not accepting any status code from the constructor here. So we can do the same for not found, bad request, and unauthorized. And I've already pasted that here. We can see not found here. We can also see bad request, and we can see unauthorized here. But if you want to pass in the if you want a dynamic status code, you want to also pass in the status code, you can create a separate one which we'll call HTTP exception, extend from error, and now this accepts both message status code and error code. And we can see there's no default added to this. So basically that is it. So now if I go into my error handler here, I will just be able to enable this, and then let me import the app error. Let me import this, and now anytime we use um the class, the app error class, this will catch the error. So anytime we use the bad request exception, unauthorized exception, or the not found exception, and this will throw this will to pass through the error handler. So we're going to add the error handler in the index.txt. So let's go into the index.txt and set up the index.txt here. So inside here, we're going to import, let's import the .env slash config here. And inside here, we're going to say constant app is equals to, say express. So let me import express here. And then we can get the base path. So constant base path is going to be equals to env dot base path. So let me import env here, dot base path, and then we are going to say let's get the allowed origin from the env. So I'll say allowed origins is going to be equals to env dot allowed origin, and we're going to split this with comma here. So inside the dot env, we can be able to add comma here and say http and whatever here. So I'll leave that here. And then inside here, we're going to say constant course options. This is going to be of type course option from course. And then we're going to say credential true. We don't need credential true. We just need the origin. And we'll just say origin, which is a method. And this is going to take in the origin and a callback. And then now we should be able to say if not origin or allowed origin dot include origin. So let's just say say callback null and true. So if there's no origin and and there's an origin, then we say callback true. Then else we can say constant error message is going to be equals to cause error origin. We say origin. It's not set. Sorry, it's not allowed. And then we can have the callback here, and we're going to say new unauthorized exception, passing the message error message here, and then let's pass in false here instead of true. We say false, and that is it. So here we're going to say app dot use cause, and we're going to pass in the cause options. So let me import cause here, and then we're going to have app and dot use error sorry express dot json. Let's copy this and let's say express dot url encoded. I'm going to say extend true like this, and then we can also use app.use helmet. So let me import helmet here, So let me import helmet from the top here. So I'll just go into here, import helmet. Oh, sorry, from helmet here. So helmet is used for security headers, so setting security headers to our app, and also removing the SPREX from the header. So I have a video on security in Node.js. You can check out, the link is going to be in the description. So once we do that now, let's create a simple .get um, and sorry .get here, and I'm going to just do slash here. And let's say we're going to make use of the async handler. So this is where we can use that. So and then inside you're going to say async or say request, which is of type of request, and we have response, which is of type of response, and then we don't need the next, we don't need this next. So let's just return this, and then we just say response dot status http status dot ok dot json. I will say message. I'll just say hello, subscribe to the channel, and share this video, something like this here. So if, for instance, we do throw, we're going to test it out. If we do throw um new bad request, the error handler will catch it. So that's the reason why we have to set the error handler at the end. So app use error handler like this. And now we're able to set everything completely. So now let's set our app listener. So to set our app listener, we are going to also catch some events that triggers when we cancel where we kill the server from running, or we terminate the server from running. So this is going to signal to us and we end the server gracefully. So I'm going to say async function function. We're going to call this start server, and inside here we're going to have the try and catch to catch this error, and then we're going to say constant server app.listing. We're going to pass in the env.port, and then inside here we're going to just say we're going to call the method, and we're going to say console.log server listening on port env, sorry, env.port in, we're going to say env dot node env like this. So now we've set this. Now let's listen to the event. So what we're going to do, we're going to say constant short, I'm going to say shut down signal. Uh, we're going to say this is of type node.signal, node.js dot signal, and this is going to be, we're going to listen for, and if you look here, we can see we have so many signals here. We are going to look for signal temp, sorry, signal temp, and signal tell you'll be able to track when the server is terminated, and then we'll be able to going to end the server gracefully. Then we also have um the signal int here. This is when we have some interruption like Control C cancel the server. This is going to also end the server, and we can also get disconnect the database from this inside this event function. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say shut down signal dot for each. So we're going to just say for each signal, and we're going to be using process dot on. We're going to pass in the signal, and then we're going to say async, and there like this, we can just say console log dot log. We're going to pass in the name of the signal, and we're going to say receive, shutting down gracefully. And then inside below here, we're going to have the try or catch, and there we're going to close the server dot close. Let's return console log dot log. We just say HTTP server close like this, and then we can be able to just disconnect the database here, or we've not done that. And below here, we're going to have process dot exist. You set that to 0, and inside the catch, we're going to let's console log dot error. We're going to say error occurred during shutting down. And then let's pass the error. Yeah. Then below here, we're going to use process dot exist, set it to 1. So inside the scratch, we're going to also do the same thing. I'm just going to copy the same thing here, and then I'm going to paste it here. And then we can just say fail to start the server. Like this. And then let's take this and call this below here. And then save that. And let's turn on this. Let's run the server. So open my terminal. So I'm going to let's clear the terminal. And let's have npm one dev. And this should start the server. And we can see NodeMon is running. And we should be able to see server listening on ports. Um we should see port 8000. Okay, this is running. It's waiting for changes. So I found the issue. I saw that we didn't add the you need to move this inside this process dot on here. So we need to move it inside. So this should work now. Once I save and I open my terminal, we should see server listening as on ports 8000. And if I terminate this server, I'll press Command C or Control C, and we should be able to see shutting down gracefully. And this is the event that occurred here. So I'm just going to run the server, and let's test this too. Let's make sure the server is running. So I'm going to call this endpoint here, and then let me remove this and paste this here. So let me change this to get, and let me use localhost. And then if I click on send, we should see hello, subscribe to the channel, and this is it. So let's go ahead and work on login. So I'm going to close my terminal, and let's go ahead and create a file. So instead of using console, yeah, we're going to make use of logger. So for this project, we're going to be using Winston, which we've already installed. And Winston is going to be for, we're going to use the Winston transport for, let me scroll down, you should see the package here. We're going to use Winston transport for the local, for development, and then we're going to use Lockdale Winston, the Lockdale listing transport for production. So I'm going to just, we're going to also add the env for the Lockdale, but we're going to do that later on once we try to deploy. So let's just go ahead and create the logger here. So I'll just say logger.tx, and then inside here we are going to import, let's import Winston from Winston, and then we're going to just get some information out of it. We're going to say this is going to be equals to Winston dot format, and then inside here we're going to get combine, colorize, timestamp, errors. We're going to get JSON, and we're going to get print format. Then we're going to say constant transport. We're going to say wasting dot transport is going to be equals to empty array. Then this will only, wasting transport is going to only work um in development. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just say if, sorry, env dot, let's import env dot node is not equals to production. Then we can say transport dot push, and we're going to say new wasting dot transport dot, we're going to use console. There are other options here, but we're going to use console. And then we're going to set the format we want. In the format, we can have combine, timestamp, and timestamp will have formats. We can set this to year, monthly, and day. And then we have the time like this. Then we can set errors. I will say stack true. Then below here, we can also set the, let's return this. This is going to be the print format, the way you want it to display in the console. And below here, we can also have the colorize. Yeah. So inside the print cell, I'm going to destructure get levels, message, stack, timestamp, and some other data from this. I'll just call that meta. And then inside here, we can have console log entry. So we can display this in JSON format, or you can display this, return this in string. So I'm going to return this in string. For import, we're going to make sure we use JSON. So I'm going to say, let's do timestamp, and then the level is going to be, and we set level inside the env. So if I open the env, we had a default level to info. So the different level, we have the info warning, and we're going to colorize that here. So let's just quickly do that here. I'm just going to say level dot uppercase. Now I'm going to set this to message. Then we have the stack. If there's stack, we just set this to stack. Else, we just set this to empty string. Then we need to also set the metadata, and we're going to say objects dot keys meta dot length. Then we're going to say JSON dot stringify meta. Sorry. And then we're going to say empty string here, like this. If you want to render this in JSON instead of string, you can just say, let me just comment this out. Then we can just write all of this inside here, like timestamp, just put everything inside this object, and then just say JSON, just return JSON dot stringify, and then just pass in the log entry here. And this will be in JSON format. And then we can use the JSON inside there too. So, but I'm going to leave this as string instead, but just note that JSON will be used in production, and that's what Logitech provide. So I'm just going to leave it like this, and then let's go ahead and colorize this. So we need to open this and set all to true. If you set this to false, this will not give the log any color. So I'm going to set this to true, and then I'm going to set colors. We can see colors here. So I'm just going to paste the color. We have the info, one, error, debug, and we can see the colors here given to this. So just save that, and then below here we can see constant logger is equals to Winston dot create logger, and then we're going to set the default level to env dot log level, or just set that to info. And then we need to define the format. I will use the combine. We just pass in the timestamp errors. We say stack true, and then the last one we're going to pass is the JSON, like this. Then now let's pass in transport, which is going to be of transport, and then we're going to say silence if env.node env is equals to best, like this. And then let's export the logger. So I'll just go into my index.txt, or let's go into the error handler first, and let's change this to logger. So import logger. So I'm just going to change this, and I'm going to set this to error, like this. Then copy, and let's go into index, and let's change this where do we do console log? Let's scroll down. Yeah, I'm just going to say logger, and I'm going to set this to info, like this. Yeah, I'm going to also say logger. I'm going to set this to info, and let me just copy this, similar to here. And then here we're going to just say logger. This will be error, and lastly we're going to say logger here. So just save this, and let's open our server, our terminal, and we should be able to see the log showing here, and this is showing in green. If you go over here and change this to sorry, this is showing blue, and if we change this to green, you should be able to see the color we change to green. So I'm just going to leave it in blue and save that, and then you should be able to see the server is running. And if you cancel this, we should be able to see this. So I think get some space here in the log. Okay, let me just save this, and let's see. Okay, that's fine. So that is it. So let's go ahead and work on database setup. So let's set up a MongoDB database. So I've opened MongoDB, so sign in and come over to project. So let's create a new project. I'll click on new project here, and let me give this a name. So I'm going to give this upload next, and then I'm going to click on next, and this should create this project for us. So click on create project, and then it should redirect us to the project upload next. So let's create a cluster. Click on create, and then I'm going to leave this to cluster 0. So pick free, and this will cluster 0. Then click on create deployment. And once that is done, we should wait for this. So now let's create this database user. So I'm going to click on create database user, and then I'm going to click on choose connection method. Then click on MongoDB for VS Code. So let's wait for this to complete. So I'll just go over to network access, and I'm going to add IP address, and click on allowed access from anywhere. Click on confirm, and then let's go back to the clusters. And now this has cluster has been as complete. So let's just click on connect. Click on connect. Sorry, click on connect, and click on MongoDB for VS Code. Then let's copy this. We didn't copy the password, so let's close this. Let me go back to database access, and let me just edit this and create and change the password. So I'm going to let me cancel this. Create a new database user. So let me give this an. So let me cancel this and edit the other user first. This user, then edit the password. Then I can auto generate a new password. So I'll just copy it, and then I'll just click on update user, and this should update the user. So I'll go back to cluster again, and then let me click on connect. Click on MongoDB for VS Code, and then copy this too. Click on done, and then let's go back to the code, and then let's paste this inside our env. So inside the env, I'm going to just close this. I'm going to paste in the MongoDB URI, and then I'm going to replace the password with my password here. So I'm just going to paste it here and save this. And once we are done, let's go ahead to the config, and let's create a file called database.config.ts, and then close. So let's say s constant connect database, async, and then let's use try catch here, and then let's say await mongoose. So let me import it here. So then we're going to say mongoose dot connect. We need to get the env config, then dot mongo URI, and then I'm just going to say import logger. So I'm going to write these changes. Logger dot info. I just say connected to Mongo database. And then here I'm just going to say, so let me copy this here, paste it here. I'll change this to error. And I'm going to say error connecting to MongoDB database. Then I'll just pass in the error here. And there we're going to just say process dot exist one. Let's copy this again, paste it here, and let's have disconnect database. And then let's set Mongo's let me remove this dot disconnect. And then here we're going to just say disconnected from MongoDB database. And then let me just change this to disconnect too. So that is it. So let's export both of them. Connect database and then disconnect database. So copy this and let's go to index.tx and let's scroll down to where before the app listener here. Let's just say await connect database. I'll also copy this and come here and let's say await disconnect database. Save this here and let's also import this too and save this and let's open our server or cd into backend again and do npm run dev. And this should run our server. So let's wait for this. We should wait for this to connect to the Mongo database. And we can see this is connected to Mongo database. And if I cancel this, I'll put Command C or Control C, and we should see server. We should see shutting down, and we should see HTTP server closed and disconnected from Mongo database. And we can see this here. So that is it. So let's go ahead and then work on the models. So let's open Explorer and let's go into the models folder and let's create a first model, which is the user.model.cx. Let's quickly create the other file. We can call this let's just quickly go into user model and let's click create a user model. So I'll say export interface, user documents, extends from documents. So let's import document from Mongoose and let's set ID, which is going to be equals to type of object ID dot object ID, name string, email string, password string. You can have profile picture string or no. Then created dates, created at, which is going to be of type dates. Save that and then let's create updated ads. And then we're going to have a method, two method, which is going to be compare password. This is going to take in a value string and it's going to return promise boolean. And the second one is the omit password. and this is going to be omit user document, and we're going to say password here like this. So let's create the schema. So I'll say user schema is equals to new schema. Import that. It's going to be of type user document. Then we have name, type string, required, not required. We can have, okay, yeah, required true, and trim true like this. Then we have email, which is going to be of type string, require, sorry, required true, and this is going to be unique. So we're going to set this to unique, true. Then we're going to also set lowercase true like this. Then we can also set string to true. Then we have the password, which is going to be of type string. I'm going to set select for password true. And then we can have the profile picture, type string, and then default no. And lastly, we're going to set the timestamp here to true. So we need to create the we're going to hash the password. So let's go into the utils and let's create a bcrypt.tx, right? And I'm going to, sorry, let me remove this. So I'm going to just import this. So I'm going to import bcrypt and bcrypt.js. That's what we installed. If you go into the package.json, we install bcrypt.js, and then we're going to hash the password here. We're going to say hash value, passing a value and the sort round, and then we have bcrypt hash the password and also compare the password, which is this here. So we're going to use this inside the model, I mean inside the method we're going to create here. So we're going to first of all so let's create the first one is user schema first. This is going to handle the pre-saving. Then when we try to create a user, this way before saving the user, the user, we're going to hash the password. So we're going to say save async async, and then let's return as a function first. We're going to say next here. I will say if this dot is modify password, then this dot password is equals to await hash value. Let's import that and let's pass in this dot password. Yeah. So let me quickly change this. And then we've been able to hash the password. Now we need to have a method to compare the password. So I'll say user schema dot compare, sorry, dot method dot compare. Let's call it compare password, which is this. Then we're going to say async function, and we're going to get the value, which is going to be the password. And then let's return compare compare value and say value, and we're going to pass in this, sorry, this dot password like this. So we forgot to check if this dot password, yeah. Let's move this inside this dot password, and then we need to return next here like this. So we have done this. Now let's also add the omit password method. So I'm going to say user schema and dot method dot omit password. It's going to be equals to function, which is going to be of return type of omit user document password, and then let's say constant user object is going to be equals to, and this dot to objects, and then let's say delete user object dot password, and then let's return user objects like this. So we are done with this. So now let's constant user model is equals to mongos dot model type of user documents user, and then the user schema. So let's export this, export default user model like this. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and work on the file model. So I'm going to say file dot model dot tx. So let's say export interface file document extends document, sorry, and then we're going to set the user ID. This is going to be of types importer dot objects ID. Then we have the file original name. It's going to be string, and then we'll have a storage key. This is going to be a unique key, that's a unique path to where the file is being stored in AWS S3 bucket. Then we have the main type. It's going to be string. Then we have the size of the file, which is going to be in bytes like this. And then we have the extension of the file, which is going to be string. Then we want to have uploaded via. So we're going to create an enum for this. So this is, since we are having an API, public API, we want to determine where the file was uploaded through. So that is actually the route. So I'm going to say export enum uploaded, sorry, upload source enum, and I'm going to say web. So this is going to be the web platform or the API like this. Then we can set a key of type, a key of and type of upload source. We can call this upload route or upload source. Yeah. Then the URL, this is going to be string. This is going to be the path URL of the file from S3. Then we also want to have formatted size. So let me move this up, and this is going to be string. Yeah. Yeah. So lastly, we're going to have created at date, and we're going to have updated at date. So now let's say constant file schema is going to be equals to new schema. We're going to say file document, and we're going to open this here. So let's import the schema. So before we go on and write this, I want to also create a type. In this type, we give us the it's going to hold a method which we'll call calculate usage. So we want to determine to calculate based on all the files uploaded, we can get the recent the updated storage usage. So based on the size, we'll be able to calculate all the size of the file uploaded and determine the usage. So I'm going to just say interface file model type. We're going to extend for model and file and document, and we're going to call this calculate usage. We're going to pass in the user ID, which is going to be of type dot object ID, and this will return a promise of number by this. So let me change this to model. So let's import model from Mongoose here. So yeah, so we're going to also add a type here, file model type. So the reason why we're adding this to the type to extend from type and not from document, we want to be able to get the calculate usage directly from the model, not from the so something like this. If I say file model, I'll have dot calculate usage like this. So instead of we don't want a situation where we after finding the documents we start using per document to get the calculate the storage. So we want to calculate the storage, the usage directly from the model. So that's the reason we are extending from the model itself. And then we've added the type, the file documents, and the file model type to the schema. So let's just create the schema here. So user ID, this is going to be of types dot object ID. We are going to refer to user and required true. So then we have sorry schema. Okay, schema dot type dot object ID. So let's have the original name and type string and required. True. We can have a storage key, and then we have type or string. We're going to have required. True. And then this should be unique. So we have the main type string, and then required. True. Then we have the size, type number, required. True. And the minimum, just set this to 1. We have the extension, type string, required. True. We have the URL. We set this to type string too. And this we also have required to true. And then we have uploaded via. We can have type string, and then this is going to be enum. We say object dot key uploaded enum, source enum, and required. True. So I'm not going to add the formatted size to the model itself. I'm going to add it here when we are returning the object, the JSON. So I'm going to say timestamp true, and then we're going to say to JSON. I'm going to use the transform method dog, and then I'm going to return this. I'm going to say dot formatted size. So reason why I added it in the type, so we're able to get it directly from. So we can handle TypeScript don't complain. So I'll just say so let's go ahead and create let's create a file called formatted format, and let's call this format size or format bytes here. This is okay. And let me close this. So here I'm going to set, I'm going to say bytes, default size for bytes units is equals to 1024. And then we're going to say export constant format bytes is equals to bytes number, and this is going to return string. And let's say units is going to be equals to bytes, which is going to be the units, KB for kilobytes, megabytes, and gigabytes, and then the last one, um, terabytes. And then let's say I is equals to 0. Then we're going to loop through this. We say bytes if it's greater than equals to the bytes unit, and I is less than unit dot length minus 1. Then we say bytes divided than equals to bytes units. Then let's say constant value is equals to new sorry dot number formats. We just set it to undefined, yeah. So we just want to get the fraction, yeah. I'll just set maximum fraction digits to, and then I'm just going to say format. I'll just say bytes, yeah. And let's return this, say dollar sign value and dollar sign units I. So it's not must you must use this. You can just use bytes dot to fix to like this. It's still okay. So let me just leave it like this. So now we are done with this. Let's go over to our file model and let's just say format bytes. Import that and let's pass in the under size. And then let's return this, sorry. Save this. So let's create the calculate usage or the calculated usage. So I'm going to scroll down and then I'm going to say file schema, and this we're going to do that directly inside the stack. And if you hover over this, you should see and it should explain what it is. So this is going to just quickly get the method directly from the model and not from the individual documents. So I'm going to say dot calculate usage, and it's going to be equals to async function. I remember we need to get the user ID here. I'll set it to types dot object ID, and then this is going to return a promise of number here. So then inside here we're going to say constant result is equals to await this. So this dot aggregate, and let's just say let's get the match a user ID. Let's add in comma here, and then we're going to say group. We're going to group by we're not going to group by anything, so we're going to say it's to null, and we're going to say total size is going to be sum, and we're going to sum all this size like this, and then let's return results index 0 the total size. I will just set this to 0. So once we're done with this, we can also index some of the column here. I'll just say file schema does index user ID. So this is going to help for faster query. So I'm going to also do that, and I'm also going to do created at -1 like this. And then let's export the file model. It's going to be equals to mongoose dot model, and then we need to set the type file document, and then file model type, and let's give this a name file, and then we say file schema. and let's say export default file model. Okay, just save it like this. So we are done with the file model. Let's go ahead and work on the storage model. So I'm going to create a new file here again. I'm going to say storage dot model dot tx. So inside the storage model, we are only going to just save the storage quota that we assign to each user. So maximum we're giving them 2 GB. So I'm going to say export constant storage underscore quota, and this is going to be equals to 2 times 1024 times 1024, sorry, times 1024, and this is going to be 2 GB. And then let's create a type here. So first we're going to create an interface. First we're going to call this iStorage. This is going to be user ID, and this is going to be type dot objects. So let's import this dot objects ID, and then we're going to just only have the storage quota, and this is going to be number. So then we have created at dates and updated at dates. So now we need to also create an interface, and this we're going to call the storage metrics. So with storage metric, we're going to get the quota, the number, which is a number, type number, then usage, type number, and then remaining. So we're going to use this, get this, and return it to the user to determine so the user can see the total number of quota, usage, and also the remaining left. So we also have interface again, and this is going to handle for validation. So we're going to validate when a user tries to upload file to know if the user is allowed based on the allowed based on if the user has more space or the user does not have space. So we're going to then determine the new usage, which is a number, and then we're going to say remaining after upload, which is going to be of type number here. So now let's create the method. So this two is going to be the response of this method we're going to create. So let's first for create the interface for them. I'm going to call the storage tags, and this is going to be get a storage metrics, and we're going to pass in the user ID types dot object ID, and then this is going to return a response of promise, and we're going to say storage metrics here. So by calling this with the directly from the storage module, we can be able to retrieve the user storage metrics. And then the second one we're going to add there is the validate upload, and this is going to be user ID first. Sorry, types dot object ID, and then we're going to pass in the file size, and it's going to be number. So then we're going to return promise upload validation interface here. So now we can be able to use any of this method. We can use this validate up the upload when the user tries to upload. We're going to use that inside a middleware, which we're going to call check storage. Then we're going to use that to determine if the user is allowed to upload that particular file, or if the storage available is less than the amount of the size of file you want to upload. So we're going to say interface again. We're going to say storage. Let's create the storage document here. We're going to extend iStorage and documents like this. And then we need to also create the interface for model. Say storage extend for model, and then we're going to just pass the two of them, storage documents, and then we're going to also pass, let's also say comma here, sorry. So let's just say let's change this to storage model type. Then we say model, and then we should have something like this. So we should have something like this. But since we've done that here, we're just going to copy storage start and just say comma like this, and then apply it. So now let's import the model from Mongoose, and then we are done. So now let's create a schema. So say constant storage schema is going to be equals to new schema, and let's set the type here. We're going to have storage and documents, and also storage model type. And then let's get user ID. It's going to be type of schema dot types dot objects ID. Let's set ref to user, and then required and true like this. So then we're going to also add the storage quota, which is a number here. So I'll just do that here, and then default to storage quota. And then we need to set the type, the dates, I mean, which is timestamp true. So now we need to create the stacks for these two. We have the gets metrics and the validate upload. So I'm just going to say storage schema dot start, and because we have to, I'm just going to create an object like this. I'm going to say get sorry, get storage metrics, and then let me just close this here. So let's pass in the user ID of types dot object ID, and then we're going to say constant storage is equals to await this dot find one. So I want to check if the user has an existing storage. So let me add async here. So I'm going to say one dot lane, and then I'm going to set user ID is going to be, sorry, made a mistake. User ID is going to be set to your user ID. So now we're going to just say if not storage, then we can just throw an error, or you can just return um, storage not found. So I'll just say storage record not found. But if there's a storage, then we can. So let me just click this here. So now we're going to get the usage. And to get the usage, we're going to make use of the file model um, calculate, where is it? Calculate usage. So this is how we're going to use it inside the storage model. So I'm going to say await file model. So import that dot, and we should be able to see the calculate usage directly in the user and file model. Then I'm going to pass in the user ID here. And then this will give us the stack. So if we hover over it, we should be able to see this is going to give us a number. And with this, we can then return quota. It's a storage dot storage quota. Usage is going to be usage, and then the remaining is going to be storage dot storage quota minus usage. So that is it. So let's also create the method for the validate upload. So just copy this, scroll down, and after this, I'm going to add comma there, and let's say async, paste this, and let me return it. So yeah, we're going to have the user ID, which is of type, types dot object ID, and then file size. We can just call this total file size, because if the user upload more than one, we need to get the total file size. And then we're going to say number, and then we're going to check if total file size is less than 0, then let's throw an error. We can say error new bad exception. I'll say file size must be positive. So I think I also made, let me copy this and add this here. I'll just say not found here. And let me go up and change this by this. So let me scroll down back, and there we'll be able to check that. So we're going to get the metrics. So how are we going to get the metrics? We are going to use this get storage metrics. So I'm going to say await this this dot get storage metrics. I'm going to say user ID. And with this, we're going to check say constant has and space metrics and dot remaining. So let me add equals to here. Remaining is greater than equals to total files. Then we're going to say if not has space, then we're going to say constant short shortfall is equals to total total file size minus metric dot remaining. And with this, if we're going to use this to get the remaining space, what the user need in order to upload the file. So I'm going to just say throw bad request, and let me import the file format uh bytes. And let's also import the error enum. So I'm going to say, sorry, short for. So I'm going to say insufficient storage, and then this is the remaining space. This is what is needed for you to upload those files. So I'm going to scroll up, and inside here I'm going to just let me just change this to dots and dots here. So we're done with this. Let's return the. Let's me scroll down, and then after this check, let's return allowed through, and the new usage metrics dot usage plus total file size, and the remaining after upload is going to be metrics dot remaining minus total file size here. So we are done with this. So let's return constant storage model is equals to model, mongoose dot model, and let's pass in the storage documents, and then the storage model type, and let's say it's storage like this, and let's pass in the schema here, storage schema, and let's export default storage model. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and create the last um, model, which is the API keys. So it's the API keys dot model dot tx. So let's create export interface API key documents extend from documents. So let me import this here. I will say user ID. I will say this is of type dot object ID, name string, display name string, and then we have the hash key. This is going to be of type string, and then we have uh, created ads, dates, updated ads, uh, dates, and then we also have the last use ads, which is going to be optional dates. So we are going to also create a method we are going to use to track and update these last use date. So I'm going to say interface, and we're going to use that with the stacks. We're going to directly access the method directly from the model itself. So I'm going to say API key model type. We're going to extend that from model. So let's pass the API key document here, and we're going to say upload. So we're not upload, updates last use ads. We're going to pass in the hash key, and this is going to be of type string, and this is just return promise and void like this. So let's quickly create the API schema, API key schema is equals to new schema API key document and the API key model type, and let's get user ID is type schema dot types dot object IDs, and then let's reference the user, and let's say required to true. Yeah. Then we have name type string, sorry, and required and true. Let me duplicate this and just change this to display key name, and then we can also duplicate this again and say hash key and type string, and then we're going to say select false. Yeah. So then we can say last use, we can say type dates, and then we have default no. Then let's set the timestamp here to true. So let's go down here and let's create the method updates last use. So let me scroll down here, and then we should say API key schema start update last use at, and then we pass in the hash key, which is a string. And then we just say await this um dot updates one. Let's pass in the hash key. Sorry, and then we're going to say last use at, which is going to be the new date. And let me change this to await like this. So let's constant API key model is equals to Mongo's and dot model. We just say API documents and API model type. Then let's set API key. I'm passing the schema API, sorry, API key schema. Let's export defaults API key model like this. So sorry, we are through with this. So let's check this. So the last thing we're going to do is let's go ahead and create a utils, which we're going to call key.tx. So inside it, we're going to create a method that generates the API key for us here. So we can also add it here if you want, or when you try to pre-save it. But I'm going to just keep it when we are creating a API key. We are creating a document. We're going to actually use the method. So let's go into keys. And to create API key, we're going to be using crypto. Sorry, crypto from crypto, and then we're going to say export function generates API key. And with this method, we're going to take in, we're going to also, we're going to just return. So I can set the, I can leave that here. So first, we're going to just give this the type. We can call this key type live, set it so as constant. And then yeah, we can also get the type, or we can leave this if you want and not add it inside here. So what I'm going to do, I might leave it there, and let's say constant secrets is equals to crypto dot random bytes 24. Then we're going to set to string, and let's say in hex. So let me just quickly pass the type here, and let's create the type because I'm going to need it. Type key type. Let's say type of key type key of key of type of key type. So I'm going to set this to key type, and I'm going to set default to key type dot live. So why I'm setting default to live is because we don't have test key. But if you have, if you're trying to do this and you want to create a test key for the user, you should set default to test key. So I'm just going to make use of this like this, and then we're going to say constant here. So this is a secret here. We've gotten the random 24 bytes here, and this is going to generate a 48 character secret for us. So now let's create a raw. We're going to say raw key is going to be equals to sk underscore type, and then we're going to say underscore, then the secrets. So we're going to also create the display, and the display key is going to be, we're going to just only get the first four character. So I'm going to say sk underscore. I'm going to do the same thing, type underscore uh underscore secrets, or in this I'm going to say slice 04. But if you don't like this, we can also just do duplicate this, and then just create a random bytes and set it to 4. It will also give us the you can also use this if you want. But I'm going to just remove this in. And then we're going to just slice this, and then we're going to say 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like this. So now let's hash the password. We're going to say hash the key is going to be equals to crypto dot create hash, and we're going to set this to h 256 dot update raw key, and then we're going to set lastly we're going to say dot digest like this. So now we've hashed the key, and then let's return this, return raw key, and then notice that this we only show once, and then we have the hash key and display key. So now we'll be able to create a method that generates our API key for us. So let's go ahead and work on the registration endpoints. And then we can go ahead from there, we can go ahead and create um, the file endpoints, controller and service. So let's go ahead and do that. So before we go ahead and create the controller for the auth controller, let me clear all of this and create a validator first. So for validation, we are going to be using Zod validation, which we've already installed inside the package. You should see it here. So I'm just going to go into the validator and let's create an auth validator here. So I'll say auth.validator.tx. So let's import Z from Zod. And then let's create let's say export constant, um, let's say email schema is going to be equals to z.string dot trim, and then we're going to also have dot email. I'm going to set invalid email address, and then here we're going to give this minimum of 1 and then maximum of 255 is. So we're going to do the same for password. So I'll change this to password schema, and then I'm going to change this to string trim, and I'm going to remove this, and I can set minimum to 6 or 4. And now let's create this export constant register schema. And we're going to say set result object. And it's going to take a name, which is going to be z string dot stream dot minimum 1. And then we're going to have email, which is going to be the email schema, password, which is going to be password schema. And then you can have profile picture if you want to add that. So let me just add that. And we can just say this is z.string dot optional, and then you can just copy this, paste it here again, and let's call this login schema. And then I'm just going to remove all of this. So that's the reason we created this here, because we're going to reuse it both in register schema and then the login schema. And then that is it. So let's go into error handling. So let's go into the error handler inside the middleware here. And then inside here, I'm going to handle validation catch the error from Zod. So I'm just going to come down here and I'm going to say error instant error Zod. So Zod error, import that from Zod, and then let's create this method format error method. So I'm going to say constant format error is going to be equals to let's just return this, and then I'm going to say response, which is of type response from express, and then the error, which is going to be zod error, or let's say zod error like this, and then let's say constant errors is equals to error dot issues dot map. Then we have the error, and let's return this. We say field, then error path dot join, and we're going to say dot here, and we have message error message dot message like this. So now let's return this response dot status http status dot bad request dot json. We'll say message validation failed, and then we have the errors. You can just say errors, which is going to be the errors, and then we can have error code. You can just say uh, error code in dot validation error. So let me change this. Let me move this up here. So save this. So now we've been able to catch the error and format it in the way we want. We want it to give us the field and then also the error, the message like this. So with this, we can go ahead and then start working on the controller. So let's go and say auth.controller.tx. Yeah. So let me close this. So inside here, we're going to import express. I'm going to we're going to export constant register controller, which is going to be equal to, we're going to use our async handler. And then here we're going to say async request from request response response, and we're going to say return this. So now we can say body, and then we can use the register validation from the validator, and then we can do dots yes, and you can pass in the request dot body, and then with this result we validate the body, and if there is any error, our error handler is to throw the result error, and this will return the error, the bad request. So I'm just going to say if this pass, then let's say data is equals to await register service, and we can pass in the body like this, and then let's return response dot status http status dot created dot json. I will say message user are created successfully. Let me remove this. So now let's copy this and let's go over to service. Okay, let's go ahead and create the auth service here. Auth.service dot tx. And then we can say export constant register service. And let's go into auth service. Auth controller, and let's import this. Sorry, I think this created this here. So let me import this again. This is not seeing this. Okay, yeah, I think I made a mistake here. So let me import it again. Yeah. So save this. So let's go back into the validator and set the type. So let me say export type register schema type is equals to z inter I'll say type of register schema. And let's close this. Let's duplicate this. Can have for the login here like this. So I can copy this, go straight inside my auth service, and then I'll say body and just paste this and then import this. and the error should stop. So we're going to create a user and also create the storage model. We're going to create storage for the user too. So we're going to be using transaction to do that. So any user that register must have a storage um, document exist in the model. So I'm going to first of all let's destructure body, and let me just get email, yeah, and then I'm going to say constant section is equals to await mongos dot and start session, and we're going to have try Apache here. So let me add async here. So the reason we're using Mongo session is if we try to register the user and also create the user and also create the storage, if anyone fails with session, it's going to roll back the changes and the user will get an error. So the user will have to sign up again. So we don't want a situation where the user sign up and the storage failed and the user email is already existing in the database and the user cannot sign up again or the user doesn't have storage. So instead, we want both the user and the storage to exist in the database. So I'm just going to go into the try. Yeah, I'm going to say await section dot with transaction. I'm going to say like this, and let's say existing user is equals to, we check if the user exists, user model dot find one dot find one email, and then we're going to say dot section session, and we're going to pass in the session here. Then if the user exists, then we can throw new, we can say unauthorized or bad requests. User already user already exists, like this. So let me quickly do this changes. So then once we check this, we can then save uh, the user. We say constant new user is equals to new user model model. So import that, and then we're going to just pass in the body, and then we say profile picture. If there is profile picture, you just say body dot profile picture, else you just pass in none. And then let's say await new user dot save, and we're going to just pass in the session here. So now we've successfully completed the creating of the user. So let's also do the same for storage. Say storage is equals to new storage model, and they will just pass in the user ID. I'll say new user dot ID, and then we just say await storage dot save, and we can also pass in the section here, this session, and we are done with this. So let's just say return user new user dot omit password. And if this is successful, if there's an error, we can log this error log error. So let's import logger.error and just say error by registering user. Just passing the error here. And then we can throw error. Then finally, we can say await and then end the session, end session like this. So we are done with this. Let's save this and let's go ahead and create a route. So I'm going to clear all of this. Let me close this, open this again. And then inside the route folder, let's first of all create a folder. We're going to call this internal. So this is going to hold our internal route, and then we're going to create another folder and let's call this public route. And then inside the public, we can create v1. And then inside public, you can create index.txt here. So this will hold the public route, but the version of the route. So I'm going to close this. We're going to come back to this later on. But let's focus on the internal. So I'll say index.txt, and then we're going to create our auth route. I'll say auth.route.txt. Yeah. And then inside auth route, I'm going to just import uh router from Express, and then we're going to import our controller. We're going to define auth route from router, and I'm going to say route.post register and the register controller, and then we're going to export this. So once we export this, let's go into the index.txt inside the internal folder, and then let's create constant internal route is going to be equals to router from Express, and then we are going to also so before we do that, let me go back to service and let me change this. So and then let me export default internal route here. And then here we're going to say internal route dot use, and I'm going to provide slash auth, and then we're going to say auth route. And with this, we are done with. So I can copy this and let's go into the index.txt. Let's do that here. Say app.use, and I'm going to say let's say sorry, I'm going to just say the base part, and then I'm going to just pass in the internal route here like this. You can pass internal if you want, but I'm going to just say so. This is going to just be slash API slash auth, where is this slash auth, then inside here it's going to be slash register. So we are done with this. So let's try and run our server and check this. So I'm going to run the server, run dev. I'll clear all of this. And then let me try and register a user. So I'm going to go into my Postman and I'm going to click on the register uh, request. Yeah. And if I hover over this, you can see localhost 8000 API. Localhost 8000 API. And this is the auth register service. So you can just add this inside the global environment. Let me go into global. If I click on global, you should be able to see the type. You can see base URL, localhost 8000 API, localhost 8000 API. Then with that set, you can come over to register and then just add this here. And over this, you'll be able to see the localhost. So I notice my server, okay, it's complaining about this SRC from inside the file model. So let me go into the model and remove that. So it should restart the server and let's wait for this. So while this is running, let me go into the body and set a username here, email and password, and we can see I have name, email, and password. So I'll wait for the server to load. So now we are connected to the database. So let me click on send and let's see. So I'm going to click on send and this should register the user. And we can see user created. So to see the validation, if I remove the name, email, and click on send, we should see the error here. You can see validation email from the error handler we did inside format sort error. We can see field message and we can see our logger is returning the error message for us. So basically that's it. So now we've successfully created a user. We can go ahead and then create the login. Let me close all of this. The login controller. So before we go ahead and create the login controller, we want to create the JWT method. So once the user sign in, an access token will be generated for the user, and we are going to be using the JWT. So we've already installed JSON Web Token. So let's create a file and set that up. So I'm going to say jwt.txt here, and then inside here, let me close. So yeah, I'm going to define the time units. I'm going to show you why we need to set this because we're going to use this to handle the Typescript train error because of the if you go into config event env config, the expire in here is set to 1 day and Typescript is going to be having issue. So I'm going to just set it like this and then now we're going to see that. So I'm going to say type time string is equals to number, sorry, number. Then we're going to also set the time units here. So we're trying to construct the type the secret sign option and secret. That is the expire in. So I'm going to say export type access payload is equals to user ID, which is going to be inside the token. Then we're going to say type sign ops secret sign option, then secret string, then expire in, then time string. I will see we're gonna set it to our number. You can see that this is where we're setting the time string here. So now we're going to say constant default is going to be of sign option. We're going to say audience. Sorry, I think I made a mistake here. This is going to be user. So now we're going to say constant access token sign option. This is going to be of type sign option and secret. Then now let's set the expire in. We're going to get env.jwt. Let's import this .jwt expire in, and this is still going to be throwing error here. And we can see the error is throwing. So I'm going to say as time string here, and the error should stop. And then secret env.jwt secret like this. So let me quickly change this like this. And then here, let's create the method. We say export constant sign wt token. is equals to, let me return this. So we're going to have payload access payload. We have options, sign option and secrets. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say constant is access token is equals to not options, or options is equals to access token signature sign option. So now we're going to say constant. Let's destructure this, get the options. I'm going to say or access token options. Yeah. And then let's get the secrets and others here. Options. We can call this options like this. And then below here, then let's create a token is equals to JWT. Sorry. So let's import let me get JWT here. JWT like this. Dot sign payload. We pass in the secret, and then we can pass in the default here. And then also the options like this. So we can also get the expired ads is equals to if access token, then we can JWT dot decode token. We say as JWT payload, and then we can just say dot expires minus 1000. We have undefined like this, and then let's return token and expires at like this. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and create the controller. So I'm going to this. Let me just copy this, paste it here. I change this to login controller, and let's get the login schema. Okay, and then I'm going to change this to login service. I'll say user logged in successfully. So let's go ahead and create this. I'm just going to service, auth service, close this. Let me just close this here. I'll say export constant, paste this equals to async body, and we're going to say login schema type, and let me go inside this and let's import this. And the error should stop. I think this is trying some error. Login schema type body. Something's wrong. We have email password. It's not same to name email password. Okay, let me go into the type. I think I made a mistake. Yes, I should have used login schema. Yeah, and the error should stop here. So let's go into the service, and then inside here, let's structure the body. I just say email password, and then we're going to check get the user is equals to await user model dot find one. we pass in the email, and then if not user, let's throw unauthorized exception. Let's say email or password not found or is incorrect. So once that is it, we need to check if the password is the same. Let's say password valid is going to be equals to await. We say user that we're going to use the compare password which we defined inside the user model, and we're going to pass in the password here. So inside the user model, going to the user model, sorry, we defined it below here. And we can see we pass in the value and this value, this password, I mean. So let's throw an error if this is not true. So if it's not password valid, then I'm going to also throw new unauthorized exception. I'll say email slash password um is incorrect. Oh yeah, I can just change this to not found and say user not found. So like this. So now let's get constant equals to sign JWT token, and then let's pass in the user ID. So user ID is user dot underscore ID, and then we can get the token and we can get it expired at. So let's return this. We say user is user dot omit password. So let me change this to ID. Let's stop here. So we have access token, and we have expired at here, like this. So let's go to the front end, sorry, to the auth controller, and then let's say constant results is equals to like this. So let's make sure our server is running, and then let's test it out. So I'll go into my Postman and then click on login here. So, and this should open this localhost API. So I forgot to also add the route for login inside the internal route. So close the internal, click on auth route, and let me just duplicate this here, change this to login, and then the login controller like this. Save this, and then let's see. Let's wait for the server to load, and then inside my Postman, if I click on body, the email and password is what I have in the register. So so the database is connected. So let's click on send, and then this should send, and we should be able to see. We were not able to see the user. Let me let's see user. Okay, sorry, omit password like this. So let's wait for the server to load. So now it's connected to the database. Let me click on send again. I should be able to see we should be able to see the ID, name, email, and also the other information. So now let's go ahead and set up AWS and get our access token and secret key. plus the S3 bucket. So click here to create your account. So I've already done that. It's going to ask you to provide your card and it's not going to actually debit you. It's going to use it to verify you are a user or you're a human. Once you've done that, join me into a console. So I'm already into my console. I'll just click here in the URL and then search for IAM. So we need to create the IAM user, which we can get the access token and also the secret key. So once you're into the IAM dashboard, click on the user, then come to the top here at the right corner, click on create user, and then let's provide a name. So I'll say upload next user, let's say upload next user 2. I'll give it something like this. Let's just do like this. Then click on next, and then we're going to click on attach policy here. So we can give this a policy. You can search for AWS S3 full access. So let's search for S3, and we can see it Amazon S3 full access. Check this. Okay, let me click on it again. So now we've checked that. Then I'm going to click on next. Then once you're done that, just click on create user, and this will create the user for us. And then if you go into the user, just click on upload next user, and then you can see the permission. So once you scroll down, you can come over to security credentials, and then you can scroll down and you should see access key. So click on create access key, and then you can see we have the command line, local, third party, AWS one outside, application one outside. Just click on others. So I'm going to click on others here, and let's click on next. And then you can give this a tag. So I'm just going to click on this is optional. Click on create key. So I'm going to copy my access key and also copy the secret key. Make sure this is kept secret. So I'm going to delete this user once this video is up. So I'm going to, and once you've copied it, let's go ahead and search for S3. So search for S3 here, and then let's click on S3. And this should take us to S3. So click on, okay, let's wait for this to load. So we are in the S3 page. So let's click on create bucket. So I'm going to click on, I'm going to give this a name. I'm going to say upload next that assets, and then we're going to scroll down here, and there you can enable this. If you want to enable this, you can click this to enable this. By turning this off, you're allowing your S3 bucket to be accessible in the public. So this is useful if you're hosting a static file like a React app or any other public data. But since in this project we are strictly going to host users and data, so we're going to set this. We're not going to make this public accessible. So I'm going to scroll down and let's create the bucket. So once you create a bucket, we can copy the bucket name, and then I'll go into upload next assets, and then you can copy the bucket name, and let's also paste that there. So make sure you copy the bucket name, and don't forget to get the US East one, that is the region. So once you've done that, so let's try and upload a file and see. So once I try to upload a file, let me drag, let me go back and drag a file. Let me click on upload. I'll click on add files. So I'm going to add this simple file here. And then you can see the file is added here. So I'm going to try to copy the link. So let me click on this. Let me go back here. Okay, let me upload first. So this will upload the file. And now this has uploaded the file. So if I click on this file and let me copy the link. So let me close this. And then I'm going to click on this, copy the link. And if I paste it in my browser, I paste it, you should see access deny. So we can't access the S3, we can't access any file from the S3 bucket. The only way to access it is to go into permission, and you have to disable. I'll click on this, and then if I click on edit this, so I'm going to click on edit, and I'm going to unblock this, then save. I'm going to check it back. So I'm going to click on confirm, and then click on confirm. And now I'm going to add a policy. So only um, I'm going to add a policy here. So let me paste that here. And there you can click on the policy generator or policy example. This means you should allow publicly anyone to access the S3 bucket, and only the action that can be done is only to get data out of the S3 bucket. And you can see I've added my S3 bucket name here. And once I save this, I'll scroll down and click on save changes. And now I'll save this. So now if I go over to the URL again and I click on enter, I'll be able to see the file. But currently for our project, we are going to keep it as secure as possible. So I'm going to click on edit back, and I'm going to set this. Let me click on edit, and I'm going to turn this to block all public access. I'm going to show you how we can be able to access the file to keep the user data secure. So I'm going to click on confirm, and this are saved. So if we try to access it again, this will be blocked. So basically that's it. So now let's copy the S3 bucket name, and let's go back to the code. So now let's paste it here. So I've pasted the buckets here. I've also pasted the US East one and the secret key and the access key. So now I'm going to delete this user after the project. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to cancel this. So let's go into the let me scroll down into the env config, and then inside the env config, make sure you add this AWS access key, AWS access key, and the secret. So once you've done that, now let's go ahead and create the AWS config. So I'm going to say AWS s3.config.tx, and if you scroll down into the package.json, we've uh, we've installed AWS SDK client S3. So just make sure this is already installed. And also inside the TS config, I made update to this. So I am going to I'm going to disable this here, and I'm going to set this to like this. So I don't every time change the source directory to the right path. So just do that, and cancel this. So let's do constant S3 is equals to new S3 clients. Just open like this, and let's import it here. So import from at here from S3 clients, and I'll say S3 clients here. You can see that here, and then we need to pass in the credential, and then let me say access key ID. I say env dot access. Let me import the env dot access AWS access key, then the secret access key. They will say env dot secret AWS secret key, and then below here we're going to say region, and for region we're going to set this to env dot AWS region. So like this, and then I don't think we need the buckets, so let me just export this. Let me check. We don't need the buckets. So I'm going to leave that, and then I'm going to I can use it inside the service. So I'll say export S3. I think that's all. And then lastly, let me modify the logger. I'm not the logger inside the index.tx here. Let me scroll down and let me change this to 1 and change this to 1. I'll save this. So basically that is it. So let's go ahead and then work on the file endpoint. So we set up our AWS S3. Now it's how to use it to upload file. So let's first of all set up passports before we go ahead and create the file controller and service. So I'm going to go into my config and let me create a new file. I'm going to call it passport.config.tx. And then inside here, we're going to use passport JWT. And we've already installed that. If you go into package.json, if you scroll down, we can see passport and passport JWT. So I'm going to come back and close this. And then let me import both of them. And then inside here, we're going to say interface JWT payload. This is going to be the user ID. We've already said that when we sign the JWT. So now let's say constant options, and this is going to be of type strategy options. And we're going to say JWT from request. We're going to extract the JWT dot from um, header as Vera token, and then we need to pass in the secret key, and this is going to be env. So import that dot jwt secret. Then we have to add in the audience, which is user, and then we need to add in the algorithm, which we are going to set as hs, and we can see 256. Save that. Now let's make use of passport. We say passports dot use new jwt strategy. We'll pass in the options, and then we need to pass in the return function here. So inside it, we're going to get the payload, which is of type JWT payload, and then we say done, which is a function, a fallback function. So I'm going to go inside and let's use try catch, and then inside here we're going to say if not payload dot user ID, then let's return done and set null with false here. Then we can get the user. So let's go ahead and create await find. We can say find by ID user service, and let's pass in the payload.user ID. Yeah. And then we can also say if not user, then we can also just do the same thing. So I will just copy this, paste it here, and then we can just return done, no, and then user. And then we can copy this again and let's add it to the error and paste it here. So let's go ahead and create a service, user service. So let me go into the service folder and then into service folder, and let me create a new file, and I'll say user.service.txt here, and then we'll say export constant async, and then I'll just get the user ID, which is of type string, and then inside here, we're going to get the user by ID from the user model. So let me navigate inside here and let's import user model. and save that, and let's go into the passport and let's import, let me import this from and then let's scroll down here and let's use the passport and serial initialize user any done, and then say done no user, and then let's say export constant and passport authenticate JWT is equals to passport dot auth put JWT, I will say session false. Sorry, let me cancel this. So now let's go ahead and initialize passport in the index.txt. So I'm going to index.txt. First of all, let's scroll to the top and let's import the config. So import uh, config passport config, and let me scroll down. Yeah, we can say app.use passport dot initialize like this. So we are done with this. Now let's go ahead and then start up Malta, which will handle the uploading of file for us. Selecting a file, so I'm going to say Malta.config. You can add this in any place you want. So yeah, we're going to be using constant.storage, which is equals to Malta. So import Malta.memory storage. So we can use memory or you can use disk storage. So I'm using memory because AWS S3 requires streaming, requires the buffer, and it's only inside the memory storage we can get the buffer. But the problem is memory storage can contain large amount of file. So we're going to set a limit on the amount of file user can upload size. So I'm going to say constant file. Let's filter the file, which is going to be equals to request. Let's get that from Express. Sorry, request. Let's get file express dot malta dot file, and then we can have a callback which is of malta dot file filter callback like this, and then let's return. So yeah, we need to check if the file path matches the actual file required to upload. So I'm going to go into my constant folder and let's create a new file. Let's call this malta.cx, and then inside here I'm going to uh, paste the allowed main type or allowed type of file we're going to upload. So I'm going to paste that, and then we can see I have maximum file 100 MB, maximum file 10, and then allowed main type. We can see this is exactly what we're going to check. We're going to select this, and you can see as separate them like this. So user can upload ESE file or any type of file. Only file like this are allowed. You can add more if you want. So inside here, I'm going to just come over here and say not allowed main type. So let me import this from constant. Then I will say dot include file dot main type. Then we're going to return CB. We're going to say new and bad request exception. We're going to say file type. We're going to say file dot main type. So not allowed. And then if this pass, we're going to say CB no true like this. So now let's set constant upload is equals to Malta. Let's open this. We're passing the storage. pass in the file filter, and we can also pass limits if you want. You can say file size. So if files, okay, yeah, files, we can say maximum files and file size maximum size like this. And then we can just say sorry, export constant multi upload is equals to upload dot array files, and we can just say max files like this. So we set up both of them, and we can add this to the URL. So let me clear everything here, and let's go ahead and set up uh upload endpoint. So I'm just going to cancel all of this. So now let's go into the file, into the controller, and let's create files dot controller dot tx, and then inside here, and what we're going to do, I'm going to also let's go into file model, and if you notice here we have the upload source in them. So we are going to create two file, one for the web controller via web, and the other one via API. So let me just say export constant upload file. I'm going to say via a web controller. It's going to be we're going to use async handler here. So let me add this here. Say async request response from express, and then let me just say let's return this. So now we can get the user ID, which is going to be equals to request dot user dot underscore ID, and this will throw an error. So we need to go and create a type. So let's scroll down and let's go to types. So I think I created a folder called types. So let me create a folder. Okay, I've created it. Okay, so let's create a file. So express.d.tx, and inside here I'm just going to set and declare global express interface user extend from user document ID. So I'm going to put password here, and I'm going to show that when we try to get a, we're going to see that where we're going to require the the password to be set to be any. So let's just clear this like this, and let's go, and the error should stop. And then let's say constant uploaded via is equals to upload source dot web. I'll say let's say awaits, or let's say constant result is equals to await upload files service, and we're going to pass in the user ID. Sorry, the user ID, the files. We didn't get the files. So constant files is equals to request dot files as express dot mortar dot file array like this. So pass the file, and let's also pass the uploaded via So we can call this source if you want. So let's return response dot status, and let's say http status dot ok dot json message. We say files uploaded successfully, and then let's return data results like this. So let's go ahead and create this. Let's go ahead and create a file service. So let me close this, and let's create a file service. So say file dot service dot tx. I'll say export constant service async, and then let's say user ID type string, and then we're going to have the files, which is type express dot mortar dot file mc array like this, and then we have uploaded via our source. Let's call it source. You can say string, or we can just say key of type of uploaded upload source, and let's see. So let me go back to the controller, and let's change this to source. Let's leave it to uploaded via. I think I prefer this one by this, so it's easy for someone to read it. So now let me go here and import this, and then inside the service now we need to. So let's get the user and check if the user exists. So I'll say find user. I think we don't even need to find the user. We've already done that. So I'm just going to import this. Import unauthorized here again. So we can also check if no files dot length, and then we just say show new bad exception, no files provided. So this is just a second check, but I don't think both of these Malta will handle the no file, and also passport has already handled this. You can skip any of this. I'm just going to leave it there like that. And now let's since this is an array, you're going to say constant results is equals to await promise. I'm going to say dot all. You're going to say files dot map async file, and now we're going to say let's storage key. So this is going to be a key we're going to create for the S3 buckets. We're going to set this to string or no. So we want to do that. So what we're going to do next is let's set and try a catch here. So we're going to first of all upload the file to S3. Then if there's something wrong, we delete the file from S3. I think something like that. We can do that here. So let's come down here and let's say async function upload to S3, and let's return this like this, and let's say file we're going to pass in the file, which is of type express.multi.file, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, which is of type string, and then you can pass in some other data if you want. I'll just say record a string, comma string. This is not required. And now we need to save the data to S3. So now let's first forget the extension. So I'm going to say constant extension is equals to path name. Sorry, path. Let's get path dot extension extend name, and then we'll pass in file dot original name, and then let's get the base name is equals to path dot base name. We'll say file dot original name, and we'll pass in the extension here. So now we need to get a storage key. It's a constant storage key, and to structure the storage key, we are going to structure it like the users folder. So inside our bucket we set our bucket to upload next access asset. We'll say /user ID, then slash the file name. We can add a generated text here like random number using the UUID, and then we just say we can then add the dots png. So this is basically how we're going to save it. But you can also save it to um storage storage ID, and then the file and png. So these are different ways you can do. You can use it based on the user on the website and their own storage folder. And you can also do it based on storage, because since each a user will always have um, a storage column here in the database. So we can use storage ID. But I want to leave it on by the user's ID. Since we are already securing our S3 buckets, we are not making it public. So it's easy for us to just use the user ID. Or it depends on what you want. You might want to use storage ID, it's fine. So I'm going to remove this here, and I'm going to say users slash let's pass in the user ID, and now I'm going to use UUID. Then I'm going to pass in, let's say $sign the file name. Yeah, I can say file dot original name, and then I'm going to also pass in. I can also pass in the extension here. Extension. Let's say est like this. But I want to clean this original file name. So I'm going to create a function that's going to call synthesize. I'll say clean a name is equals to synthesize filter. Let's say filter like this. It's not filter, sorry, file name. And then I'm going to pass in the base name, and I'm going to say dot substring and get 0 to 64. So let's go ahead and create this method inside the inside helper. Let's create helper dot cx here. So I'm going to just paste that here. It's just a simple method that takes a file name and then replace uh, this with dash. I mean special character with dash. Then also it collapse multiple dashes, and then it trims any trail of dashes here. we can see this. So I'm going to save this, and I can copy this and go over inside the file service, and let's import this. So let me see whether we export this. Okay, I think I call this sanitize file name. Sanitize file name. So just import that, and then we can use clean name here like this. And then we can also import, let's import. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to say import um, v4 as UUID. So v4 from UUID like this. So I'll scroll down here, and then I'll just say UUID, sorry, UUID4, and I'm going to just leave it like this, and this will generate a UUID for us. And then here I want to also just say dot substring 0 to 64. So we can console log this. Sorry, we can use logger info, and then I'll just copy this, and let's log this here, and also log clean name, so we can see both of them. So once we are done with getting the storage key, now we need to upload the file. So what we're going to use, we're going to say constant command is equals to new put, and we can see, and Typescript is giving us we can see object ACL command. So we're going to go for put object command here, and we're going to specify the bucket. Sorry, make sure you open an object first. I will say bucket here, and then we can get the env dot AWS S3 bucket. Just set like this, and then let's provide the key, and the key is going to be file, sorry, not file, storage key, and then the body, we're going to say file dot buffer like this. And then for that meta we added, we can just add that if you want, just say dot they structure it like this, and we can just open this and say if there's meta, if there's meta, we say, and we can see meta data, and we'll pass in meta like this. And once you're done with this, let's say AWS, sorry, await S3. So import S3 dot send command, and like this. And then let's return storage key. So remember, we need to also get the URL. And if you get the URL, you can do something like this. URL is equals to this. Let me just add like this. So we can do like this. Let me remove this. It's a http s3 bucket dot s3 dot env await AWS region. They put AWS, Amazon AWS, and then the storage key. So this was the URL we can use if we made public access. So since we block it, we're not going to be able to use this URL. So I'm going to save it, and then in the file model, we're not going to add any URL again in the file model. So what I'm going to do is we're going to find a way to get the signed URL from AWS, which will have expired attached to it. So let me just grab all of this inside try of catch. So I'll say try catch here, and then let me paste this inside here. Save this, and then below here, let's add logger dot error, and we can just say let's say AWS error occurred or failed to upload, error failed to upload, and then we can pass in the error here. And then lastly, let's throw the error like this. So once we're done with this, let's just go back to where we have, let's copy this, and then let's come down here and let's say constants, and let's say await, and let's pass in the file user ID like this. So now we can get the storage key. And now once we get the storage key, we can create the file inside our file model. So let's say constant and created file, or we can just say file, okay, before the added file, let's say created file is equals to await file model dot create. We can pass in the user ID. We can pass in the storage key. Original file name, which is going to be file dot original name. We can say uploaded via, I'll just say uploaded, and then we have size, file dot size, and then we have extension, which is going to be part name, part dot extension name. We say file dot original name. Then we say dot slice one and dot two lowercase like this. Then for the URL, we can just keep this empty, and then the main type file dot main type. So let me go into the file model and let's make changes to this. We can set the URL required to false like this. So save that and let's cancel this. So now we've created a file. Now let's return this. We say return file ID can be created file, dot underscore ID, original name is going to be created and file dot original name, size created file dot size, and then the extension is going to be created file dot extension, and the main type is going to be created file dot main type, and like this. And then we can just pass through our logger here. It's a logger error. It's an error uploading file, and let's pass in error. Yeah, let me scroll down and okay. So for instance, if we have an error with the upload to S3, we can also handle delete. We can say if we can come over here and just do something like this. Say underscore storage key is equals to storage key like this, and then we can come over here and just say if storage key, then we can just we can delete from S3 buckets like this. So I don't think it's required, it's necessary. But if you want to do that, let's quickly create the function for S3 for delete. So I'll say async function delete from S3, and let's just say let's sorry like this. We can also use try catch here, and then we can just say command constant command is equals to new delete. We can import delete objects object command, and then let's pass in the buckets env dot bucket AWS buckets, and then let's say key storage. Let's pass storage key. Yeah, I'll say it's a string. So copy this and paste it here, and let's say await s3 dot send command, and then we can say logger dot error failed to delete file from S3, and we can pass in storage key here, and then let's say throw error like this, and then we can use this here, but I'm not going to add that. So let's return the results. So I'll copy this and let's come down here, return results here. So now let's go ahead and then create the routes for this. So I'll scroll down to route internal route, and then let's create files dot routes dot tx here, and then here we can say constant file routes is equals to router. Let's import that from Express, and we can export default file routes, and then we can say file routes dot post, and let's say slash upload. And remember, we need to use the multi upload, yeah. And then we need to pass in the upload file via web controller. So we need to still add another middleware. We are going to go ahead and create that, but let's just quickly complete this. So once we do that, let's go into index.tx, and let's just duplicate this, change this to files, and let's say files routes. Let me add s to this. Copy this. Let me go back inside the file, and let me just change this by this. Okay, and then inside here we're going to add the um the JWT. We're going to add passport. So say passport JWT authenticate JWT. So this is coming from inside the passport config. So let's cancel this, and now let's go back to the file route. We need to make sure the user has the storage, the available storage to upload that particular file. So we need to do a check storage availability. So let's go ahead and create the middleware for that. So I'm going to go into the middleware folder and let's create a file here. And let's say check storage dot middleware dot tx. Yeah. And then inside here, let's say export constant uh, check storage availability. So I'm going to just import all of this from Express, import request, and then response here. So now we need to use try catch here. And then inside here, we're going to say constant file. If this is equals to request dot files, so we need to check if this is a single file or an array of files. So I'll say express as express dot multi dot files. So I'm going to wrap this here. So this is going to be a check. So if this or request dot file, and then I'll just say is to if is request dot file, then we'll set request dot file inside an array, and then else just set an empty array like this. Now we just say if not files or files dot length is equals to 0, then let's throw new and bad request exception and no file uploaded. And now we can get the user ID because we've already added the passport authenticate JWT before the file route. So I'm just going to come inside the check and let's get the user. I'll say user ID is equals to request dot user dot underscore ID, and then we can check if not user ID, then we can throw oh sorry we can throw a new unauthorized exception. I'll just say unauthorized access. And now we need to get the total size. So total size of the files is going to be files.reduce. We're going to get sum and the file. And then we're going to say sum plus file.size. Sorry, file.size. Yeah. And then we're going to say 0 here. So now once we get the total size, then we need to use um the storage to say result is equals to await and storage dot sorry not storage model storage model dot validate validate upload, and we're going to pass in the user ID and then the total storage is total size of file size. And then if I go over to storage model, if I scroll up, we can see we have total file size passed to validate upload. So let me just change that to total file size. And then that is it. So let's just pass in next here. And then if there's an error, we just pass in next error like this. So let's just console also. Let me use logger dot let's import logger dot info, and let's just pass results, and let's see storage results. So let me cancel this like this. I'll pass result like this, and the error should stop. So we have done our check and storage availability. So copy this and let's go into file route, and let's add it before moving into. Let me add it here. So let me import this. So import the middleware, and then we are done. So now let's try and then test this out. Let me clear everything here. So let's clear everything, and let's make sure the route is added to. Okay, I don't think have we added the route to. We've added passport authenticate here, and let's check index.tx, and let's go down. Okay, we've added internal routes. So let me open my terminal, and let me cd into backend, and then npm run dev, and let's wait for the server to load, and let's go ahead and try to upload file. So inside my passport, inside my AWS, sorry, inside Postman, I'm going to click on send so that this will log me in again. Okay, I'm waiting for the server. Sorry. So the server database is connected, and our server is running. So I'm going to click on send, and let me copy the access token here. Copy this, and let's go into file. So I'll close this. I can see file. If I'm going to upload file, that is inside files. So inside files, I'm going to go into click on upload file here. And then inside here, you can see I have HTTP 8000 API. So I've showed you before. Then let's go to Auth, and then let me click on this and add the token. And I'm going to save that. And then inside the body, I'm going to upload the file. So I have some file here. Let me remove everything. And then let me choose the file from my computer. So I've selected one file, and you can see that. And note I added the key here to files. So let me save this, and let's click on send, and then let's see. We can see storage results, and we can see the file as uploaded. I think the reason why we can't see it, let me close this. Let me go into the middleware again, check file storage, and yeah, I think I need to set this to JSON stringify. Or let me just use console log. So I'm going to just stringify. So that is it here. And then this will show the result. So let me try and upload a different file. I'll upload like two files now. So let me click select files. So I've selected two files here. You can see that. I'll click on send, and then we should open the, and we should see allow through usage um 288730, and the remaining after upload. We can see the size here, and we can see the two files that is being uploaded. So now we can get the results here. So let's go ahead and work on getting all the files. And you can see here we don't have any URL. So once we work on the all files endpoint, we're going to see how to get the URL from AWS. So let me close this and let me cancel this and let's go into controller files and let me just copy all of this here, paste it here, and I'll change this to get all files controller. So now inside here we're going to get the user ID. So say user ID is equals to request dot user dot ID, and then we are going to also get the params. We're going to pass the keyword and also the pagination. So I'm going to say filter keyword uh, request query dot keyword and string or undefined, and then we say constant pagination is equals to page size. And we're going to say ps int request or query, and we're going to say page size as string or 20. We can set default to 20 or 10, and then we can have a page number. This is going to be we're going to say ps input, and then we're going to say the same thing request dot query the page number as string. I'm gonna say or one, and then let's just return response dot status http status dot ok dot json as a message say all files retrieved successfully. And unless say constant result, we're going to get a result from the service. Await get all files service. We're going to pass in the user ID, filter, and the pagination. And then I'm going to just say, let's just pass all the results. So I'll just go ahead and copy this. Let's go into service, file service, and let me collapse both of these. Yeah, I'm going to say export, constant, um, get all file service, async, and let's return this. So I'm just going to say user ID, string, filter, um, keyword, the string. I think this is optional. We have pagination, pagination. And let's get what's going to be inside pagination. We have the page size and page number. So let's say constant keyword from filter. Let's get a keyword, and then we need to set the condition. So constant filter condition. We're going to give this a type of record string any, and then let's just say user ID. If added the ID, we're going to filter with the ID and we'll say if keyword then filter conditions dot dollar sign or is equals to array, and we're going to filter by the original name. Let's say dollar sign reg, and we're going to say keyword, and then we're going to pass in dollar sign options, and we're going to say we're going to put I. So this is to set if no matter the case, it's going to fetch the particular file. So now let's say constant, and let's structure pagination and say page size and page number, and then let's say skip is going to be equals to page number minus one times page size, and now let's say constant is equals to await promise dot all, so array, I will say file model dot find filter condition, and now dot skip, we're going to pass in the skip and limits, sorry, dot limit, I will say page size dot sort, is created at -1, and then let me say file model, we're going to do calculate and count the documents, count and documents, I will say filter condition. So now we can get the files and total counts like this. So now to get the URL, we are going to also do the same thing again. We're going to say constant files with, we are going to use the process promise.all. I'll say with URLs is equals to await promise dot all, and we can say files dot map async file, and now let's get the URL. We can call this preview URL, and this is going to be from get file from S3, and there we're going to pass in some we're going to pass an object. So this is going to return us a signed URL. A signed URL has an expiry time. That's the only way we can get the URL from AWS. So I'm going to open this, and then I'm going to pass the storage key, and this is going to come from file.storage by key, and we can have expires in, you can set this to 1 hour if you want. So it's going to expire once the person reload the page. It's going to generate a new signed URL. And let me just return. I'm going to return the files dot let's say to objects, and then we can pass in the URL. Then because we don't want to show the storage key, and instead of us to use the we can remove the storage key from here, like the dot select, and then remove the storage key. So I'm going to just do that here. I'm going to say storage key. I'll set it to undefined, and this will skip the storage key from the rest from the return value, and then we can get the file URL. We're going to go ahead and create this. Let's just complete this first. So I'm going to say constant total pages is equals to math dot cell total count divided by page size. And then we can just return files URLs, pagination, say page size, page number, and then the last one we have totals and total page, total count and total page. So let's go ahead and create this. I'll just copy this and come down here. Let's do that here. Say async function. I can paste this S3. Let me just open the object here as a storage key. And let me set the type here. Storage key, type string. And then we have the expires in, which is optional. We set it to number. And we're going to also pass in the file name, which is of optional and type string. So let me just get the expire in and then the file name here. So let's say try catch here. Now we're going to say constant command is equals to new gets objects command. Let's provide the buckets, and this will be env dot AWS S3 buckets, and the key is going to be the uh, storage key. And then now we why is it saying overload? This is also a string. Yeah. Okay, the error stop. So for the file name, we are going to add a file name here. So we're going to be basically using this to get the download URL. So in order to tell AWS that we actually want to get a download URL or to get just only a URL, we need to pass in the response content disposition. So because I'm going to just get the URL, I don't want it to download. I'm going to use the file name, and I'm going to just um, open an object and say if there's a file name pass, then we can use the response context and disposition, and then we're going to set this to attachment, and then we're going to say file name is equals to let me just like this, and let's say $sign file name like this. So this is going to give us the URL. This is going to give us the command. So we need to run the command here. To run the command, we're going to we're going to say return await. And we're going to say get signed URL. And inside this method, we're going to pass in S3. So this is a different package we've already installed. So we're going to say command, and here we're going to pass in the expire in. So I want to also add like default here to 60 like this. So below here, we can just throw error here, and we can see a logger and dot error failed to get file from S3 storage key. So let's import the package from this. So let's go into package adjustment. I should show you the package here, and we should see S3 request pre-signer. So we're going to import this package. So I'm going to scroll to the top, and then let me just import it here, and the error should stop. So we are done with this. Should have used try catch. Mm, yeah, let's leave it like this. So let me go into file controller and let's import this. And then the server is running. So let's try it out. We have some files, so I'm just going to go into all files. And then we're waiting for the server to connect. So the server is connected. So I'm just going to just leave it like so. Let's click on send, and then we should see the URLs here. Okay, not found. Okay, we've not added the route. So routes. So let me just copy this, paste it here. Change this to get, change this to all, remove all of this, and change this to get all file. Then save this, and then let's wait for this to run. So let's wait for this to connect. So now this is connected. So let me click on send. So now we can see the URL, and if we click or let's click on control click, so this is downloading the file. So let me just copy this. This is downloading the file. Let me go into service, and inside get, wait. So the reason why this is not actually working, even though we remove the content disposition from the headers, request headers, by default, AWS is trying to download the file. So the only way to do that is to tell the browser the main type. So the browser review the file. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to also copy this same thing, and then I'm going to just paste it here. And then here I'm going to change this to inline. And I'm going to say if not file name, then we're going to also add the response context type. And we can say main, let's call it main type. Let me change it like this. So copy this, let's go ahead and add it. So I'm going to just add it here. Let me add it here. And then below here, I'm just going to add it. I'm going to set it to optional, like this. Yeah, I think like this is okay. and let's save it. So let's go over here and add it, and let's say file dot main type. So just save this, and I'll make sure our server is running, and let's test it out, and hopefully this should preview the file on the browser instead of downloading the file. So our browser is database is connected. So let me go over to files, and then let me click on send again, and then let me copy the link, and then we can see the header. If I click on this link, it will open a Postman, and then we can see the headers here: content type, image, and the response content and disposition inline. So I'm going to paste it here, and then we can see the image is showing. So that is it. So now we are done with the get all files, and then we can be able to see we are getting the S3 resigned URL. You can also add a cloud front which add as the CDN to it, so it's more faster in distributing the images. But in this video, I'm going to just leave it with the S3 bucket. But we also want to create a different route for this. We want to create a route that handles public display. So instead of exposing the URL like this to the public like this, we can create a service that that allows user to get the URL using the presign. We can use the get file from S3, and this will get the URL for us. And then so our our endpoint is going to be like this: locals slash files slash the file ID. So anyone that has this endpoint or this URL will be able to get the file, we're able to fetch the file ID, and then return the pre-signed URL, or redirect the user or stream the file to the user browser. So we're going to look at how to do that. So when we are creating a public endpoint, the the user will be able to use the this part instead of the S3 bucket. So let's go ahead and create that. So I'm going to collapse this then. So before we go ahead and create, let's update this upload file service. So instead of using the all, because I'm actually throwing the error here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this from all to all settled. So we can track which of the file that failed and which of the file that didn't fail. Then yeah, I'm going to say constant succeeded successful rest is equals to results dot filter. So we can filter the response here. Filter, I will say response plus out dot status. If this is equals to the field, then we can map and set let's also return out of value, just return the value. We can also clear the field here, just paste this here, and then let's say field, and I will say result filter status is equal, or we can say reject, and then here instead of value we can say reason dot message. We might not want to send the message, we are just going to get the count. So I can say if so I can return the successful results here. I'll just pass that here. And for the field, we can throw an error. Say if field dot length is greater than 0, Then we can say logger dot error, and then we can say failed failed to upload files, and then we can pass in the files here. And then you can also show an error, internal server error, and we say failed. Um, let's remove the true here. So this don't true and stop the response return. So what we can do, we can enable this, and then we can have a message here. So we can set the let's say data, yeah, and then let's say upload. We can say upload. Can specify the length. This is successful dot length. Uploaded files. Okay, number of files successfully. So you can see upload number of files successfully. You can see the length of file, and then we can able to see the error here. And if you want to throw the error, we can just instead do failed to upload, and then we can have the failed dot length out of um, files dot length files. Okay, I can do like this. I can also copy this and say um uploaded this okay, out of file. Then I'll just say uploaded successfully out of files like this. So let's try it and let's see. So I'll wait for my server to load, and then let's upload a new file again. And I'm just going to go to upload files here. Oh, sorry, I need to replace this. I need to return this results, remove this like this. So just save that, and then let me click let me remove this. Let me select like two files here, and I'm going to click on OK, and our server is running. And then let me click on send, and let's see if this will upload. And then we can see two out of two files. We can see uploaded successfully two out of two files. So now we can see that this work. So now we are done with this. So let's go ahead and create the service. Let me collapse all of this. Let's create a public uh, URL. So I'm going to collapse this, and I'm going to do that here. I say export constant get file service async, and then we can get a file ID and string here. Then inside here, we're going to get the files. We're going to say file find file file ID, and then let's import this not found, and then we just say constant URL is equals to await get file from S3, and we can have storage key, and we can say file the storage key, and then we have expires in. We can just put 3 like this. And then we can also add the main pipe here. So this is also download the file domain type here. So now we can return this URL. So then we can redirect the user to this URL. This is okay. But if you want to if you don't want to show the URL at all, we can be able to use the stream, and we're going to do that later on for the download. We can call this stream is equals to we can use AWS stream, and then we stream this. We download it, our server will download the file and render it to send it to the client side. You're going to see how to do that too. So I'm going to just cancel this, and then let's go ahead and then create this service. If I go over to my controller here, and I'm going to just call this export constant public get file controller is equals to async handler async, and let's return this, and then let me quickly copy this, paste this here, and then inside here we are going to get the file ID from the params. So let's just add a validator. So let me just create a validator here. Let's create a new sorry, let me say files dot validator dot tx, and there we can just let's import sort first, and then I'm just going to export file ID. So copy this file ID schema, and let's go back to the client sys file ID is equals to file ID schema, and let me import that dot uh, ps request dot params dot file ID, and then we can say constant is equals to await and get and file service, and I will say file ID, and we can call this get file URL service. So let me change this, and then get file URL controller, and then we can say URL, and we can do return response to redirect URL, and this will temporarily redirect the URL to the S3, and this is going to be a 302 status. So now let's go ahead and make use of this URL. So because I want to make this, I don't want to attach the v1 or the slash API. So I'm going to separate this endpoint inside the public index. So inside here, we have the v1, and we're going to use that for the public file, but I want to make this generally and remove the versions and then also the API. So I'm going to say constant public route is equals to router from express, and then I'm going to just say let's export default public route, and let's import the public get file URL. So now we have files, file ID, and view. So now we are done with it. So let me copy this public route, and then I'm going to go into the index.tx. I'll collapse this, I'll scroll down here, and then let me add it here, app.use, and I'm going to just paste this here. So I don't want to add the API yeah, I'm going to add the API, the base parts in this place. So let me just quickly change this. I'll say env dot base parts, So let me just remove this here. So save this and let's try it out. So I'll just collapse this. I'll just open my terminal and then inside the Postman, let me go into, let me save that and let me go into get public and get file URL and I can see this here with the ID. So let me just get the ID of the file. So I'm going to scroll up, copy this, and then inside the, let me remove this one, don't save. And then inside here, I'm just going to replace the ID I have here with this ID, save, and I'm going to click on get. And this does not take any, and we can see the image is shown there. So basically, that's how we are going to, if I copy this like this, paste it on the URL, I'll just do something like this. And I know this video directs us to AWS because we're using AWS. So I'm going to also show you the streaming. So it just stays on this part. So that is it. So now we are done with this but let's go ahead and then work on the delete file controller. Let's go into controller and then let me move this down and then let me copy this and this is going to be delete file controller files controller. So let me remove all of this. Let me remove this. And then we're going to get the user ID. And then let me just return response and dot status http dot ok dot json. And then we're going to say message files deleted successfully. So now we need to get the file IDs. So let's go into file validator and then let's define the list of file IDs. So we're going to say export constant base schema is going to be equals to sort objects, and we're going to get the file IDs, and we're going to say z dot array, and this is going to be string dot length. We can give this 24 and just define our invalid file ID formats, invalid file ID, and then we can also add um let me add here dot minimum one, or we can say at least one file ID must be provided. And then here we can say export. I think we don't need export here. We can say export constant delete files schema is equals to base schema. We can duplicate that and change this to download file schema here. And then let's define the types here. And we can delete file schema type and then we are done with it. So let me just copy delete file schema, and then I'll come over to my controller. Okay, yeah. And we can say constant is equals to let me get this dot ps and then let's pass in the request dot body and let's get file IDs here. Then we need to set the service. So you can set results equals to await delete file service. I'm just going to just say and just return this. So let's go ahead and then create the file delete file service. So I'll copy this, go into file service. Let me do that below here. I'll say export constant file service async user ID, which is of type string, and then the files I sorry file IDs, and we can say on delete schema file type, and then let me return this like this. Save this and let's go into controller and import this. So save this and inside the file service. Let's get the files as a constant, and files is equals to await file model dot find underscore ID in files IDs like this. Then we say if not files dot length and throw new not found exception, no files found. And now because you're going to be using S3 to delete, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all delete from S3. So I'm going to say S3 errors, and I'm going to say string is equals to string. So anyone that has error, we are not going to delete the files. So I'm going to say await promise dot all. I will say files dot map async file, sorry, file, and let's return this. And we use try catch, and we can say await delete from S3, and we can pass in the file dot storage key. So if there's an error, we can log dot error, say failed to delete um, file dot storage and key from S3, and we can just pass in the error here. And then we can just say S3 errors dot push file dot storage key. And then after this now we can be able to delete the file. So I'll say constant successful storage key is equals to files dot filter files is not S3 errors dot include file dot storage key. Then we say dot map file, and then we're going to return the file ID dot underscore sorry dot underscore ID. And now these are the files we're going to remove. Sorry, I need to remove this. These are the files we're going to remove from our database. So I'm going to use I'll say constants, oh sorry. So below here we're going to use the constant let's open this if await file model dot delete many underscore id in successful storage keys. We can say successful storage, successful file IDs, not successful files, file IDs. Let me pass that here. And then we can pass in the user ID here. So let's get deleted count. So we'll copy this and then I'll say if uh, if s3 dot length if s3 error the length is greater than 0, we can logger dot one or error. Let's say error. Um, Wait, let me use one. Failed to delete s3 errors the length files from s3 s3, and we can just say okay, first just leave it like this, and we can add db reserve or something like that. But I'm going to leave that I failed to delete this from s3. Then so I'm going to scroll back up, and I think inside here let's change this to um let me comment this out. So let me scroll back up down here, and then let's return this. Say return deleted counts and failed counts. So like this, let's go into the file controller, and then let me pass this. So I'll go into service, and let me add list here. So this is the string. So I'll just remove this. I'll just say string. Error should stop. So I think that is it. So let's go ahead and create the routes. So let's go into internal routes, files, and then here I'm going to just duplicate this. I'll change this to delete, and then let me say bulk delete, and I'll say delete file controller, and then let's save it. Let's also check if the server is running, and I'll go into my Postman, and let's try this. So I'm going to click here, and I'm going to go into delete files. So the server is running now. Let's provide some file ID. So I'll copy this file ID I just uploaded now. So I'm going to delete inside body. I'm going to replace this with this ID. Let me delete two files. These two. Copy this one. Then go over to delete, and then replace this with this file ID. So we need to also make sure you've added. Let me remove this. Let me use the token, and then let's see. So I'm going to click on this two, and let's see, and click on send, and we should see failed file deleted successfully. So these two files have been deleted. So we can see on channel S4 profile and share video and PNG, JPG. So if I click on send, and we can see those two files has been removed. So that is it. So the last one we're going to work on is the download endpoint. So let me go into my controller and then let's copy the same thing here, paste it here, and then let me change this to download files, download file controller, and here I'm just going to change this to download file schema, and then let's just change this to download file service, and like this. And then let's change this message and say file download URL successfully. So I remove this, and let's go ahead and create this service. So I'll copy this and go into file service, and then I'm just going to just copy the same thing I did here. And let me just copy this like this, collapse this here, and I'll paste it here, and just return this, and then change this to download file service, and then let me go into file controller and let me import this, and then let's go into the file service, and then inside here we are going to check. We're going to check if how many files. So we want if a user pass one file ID, we download the file directly. But if the user passed more than one file ID, then we take those files and attach them, put them into a zip file, and then download the zip file. So let's first of all handle for if files dot length is one equals to one is equals to one. Then we can use constant sign URL is equals to await get files from S3, and then we can pass in a storage key. The storage key can be from files uh, zero index dot storage key. Then the file name, we're going to pass in the files index zero dot file name, oh sorry, original name, like this. So now we can just return URL is equals to signed URL. So let me replace this. Let me add E here. And then we're going to say is zip false. So this will be handy on the client side to display the message. So once we are done with this, now we can let's import this. Let's go into file controller, and then let's return this. So I'll just say and download URL is equals to results dot URL, and then is zip result dot zip, and like we can just set this to false or false. So we've done for the first one. So before we go ahead and test this, let's quickly do the multiple one. So below here, I'm going to create a method here. I will say constant URL is equals to await handle multiple files and download, and then we're going to pass in the files and the user ID, and then this should return URL and a zip. We can just set this to true like this. So now let's quickly create a method. So I'm going to create that here. I'll say await. I'll say async function. I'll paste this and then let's return this one. So inside here, sorry, okay. So let's set files, and I'm going to the rating I need from the file, storage key and the original name, and then we can set user ID string, and then now the first thing we're going to do is to get a unique timestamp for the file name. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant and timestamp is equals to date dot now. Now once we get the uh timestamp, so how are we going to be able to handle this zip file? So the zip file is not existing in S3 bucket. So what we're going to do is we're going to get all the files, like the two files. If two file ID is being passed, we're going to get those files, stream them from AWS, add them into a zip file, and then upload the zip file to S3 to get a download link. And then we're going to upload that file into a temp directory. And those temp directory, we are going to set it in AWS to clean up the temp directory every day. So that's why we're going to be able to get the URL, the download URL from AWS. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set the storage key for the temp directory. So I'm going to say constant zip key. So this is going to only store the zip. So I'll say temp zip, and then we can pass in the user ID, or you can leave the user ID if you don't want. I'll just say timestamp, and then I'm going to call this .zip like this. Now this is the storage key. Okay, this is the storage key. Now we need to define the zip name. So I'll say zip file name is going to be equals to, we're going to say upload next, and we can just say timestamp dot zip is. So now to zip the file, we're going to be using a package which we've already installed. If I scroll down into package.json, we are going to be using the archiver from, we're going to be using this npm package. So let's go back to service, file service, and let's close this. Then inside here, we're going to say constant zip is equals to archiver, import that, and we're going to specify zip, and we're going to set the compression level. So I'm going to say this is going to be level 6 like this. Then we need to set the streaming. We need to set the streaming bridge between zip and the S3. So we're going to be using pass through from stream, that is from Nodejs stream, is equals to new pass through. You can see that from stream. I've already imported that. And now once we do that, we need to handle archive error. So I'll say zip dot error. Then we can say error, and then we can just say pass through dot destroy and pass the error. So we forward the error to the upload stream. Then once we are done, now we can use AWS to upload the zip file. So in order to upload the zip file, using the upload we did here, the S3, this approach is kind of slower. So we're going to be using a package that is more convenient for large files and faster. So I'm going to come over here. So I'm going to be using AWS Lib Storage. So I'm going to use this package. So let's close this and then let's come over to where we have this. And let's say constant upload is equals to new upload. Let's import this from. So let me just close this and let me import this. So I'm going to import that at the top here. Let's import it here and then let me move this to the top. So save that and then let's go back down. And then here we are going to pass in the client, which is S3. S3. We are going to add the params. We're going to pass in buckets, env.aws S3 bucket. We're going to say key is going to be the zip key, and body is going to be passed through. Then we can say content type. Content type, we say application /zip. Sorry, this should be capital letter. So once we are done with this, now we need to say zip dot pipe. So this will connect the zip output to the S3 upload stream. So I'll say pass through, and once we are done with this, now we need to add files with the error handling. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use for loop. So we need to get a stream from for all the files. So I'm going to say constant file of files, and then we're going to use try catch, and there we're going to get the stream from S3, and here we're going to throw error, and then if there's error we just say zip dot destroy and then pass in the error, and then below here we're going to let me set this to any, and below here we're going to say await zip. So we should finish the creation and start the streaming. So zip dot finalize, and now we should wait for S3 to upload a to complete the upload. So I'll say await upload dot done, and then let's go ahead and create the stream. So say constant stream is going to be equals to await get s3 read stream, and we need to pass in the storage key like this, and then we can append the stream to the zip. So I'll just copy this get s3 read stream, and let's define this below here. um let's do that here. Async function, I'll say storage key string, and the error should stop. So now we need to use try catch here, and then inside here we're going to use the get command is equals to new get object command, pass in the bucket. I'll say env dot aws bucket, and then we're passing a key, which is going to be our storage key. And then we can say constant response is equals to await s3 dot send command. So we're going to stream this. So what we're going to do is we're going to check if not response dot body, then we can throw an error, internal server error, or we can say nobody returned for key, and we can just define the, and there's no need to define the key here. So let me just also log this out. Logger dot one um, nobody return, and we can specify the storage key, and we can change this to error if you want. I just want to add error only in the catch, and then we can return response dot body. We can see body here, and then for this body we're going to set this to as readable from stream. So if there's an error, we can just say throw, let me copy this, throw internal server error, failed to retrieve, failed to retrieve and file, like this. And then I can also log this error. I'll just say error, we can just say error getting S3 stream, getting S3 stream for key. I'll specify the key here. We can change this to error too, if possible. Okay, so that is it. So now the error here, we should be able to get a stream, and then we can also add the stream in the zip. So let's append it here. So I'm just going to let me come here and just, sorry, this thing should be inside the try, and then I'll say zip dot append stream. I'll say name is equals to sanitize name file dot name, original name, and then we can save that here. So now we are done with this. So now let's get the URL. We can say constant URL is equals to await get file from S3. We want to get a signed URL, passing the storage key, which is a zip key, and the file name, which is zip file name, and expired in, we can just say 1 hour or 60 minutes. You can change that to 60 minutes or 1 hour. And then let's return URL. So what we're going to do inside the AWS, we're going to do after we test this is we're going to go into the S3 bucket, and then we're going to define a lifestyle policy. And this is going to automatically delete the zip folder, that is the temp disk key. It's going to delete this after 24 hours. So we're going to do that. So let's quickly go ahead and test this, and then go to AWS S3 to set that so we don't fill up our S3 bucket with temporary files. So we're done with this. So now, why is this not showing? Okay, I think I need to remove this. So now let's go and define the route, and then let me just paste this here. I will change this to post and say download, and I'll say download files controller. I think I make mistake here, so I'll just change the. So save that, and then let's go ahead and test it. So the error should stop. So I'll open my server, and let me wait for this to load, and then let's go into. Let me go into. Let me remove this delete. Remove this public, and then remove this there. Then let me go into download files, and then inside auth, we have passed the token. So inside the body, let me change this to the actual files we have. So I'll copy this ID and paste it. So let's try with one ID first. Save this and let's click on send, and then this should show download here. Okay, we can get the URL now. So I'll copy this link and I'm going to paste it here, and this should download it, and we can see um a file. Yeah, but this is not actually showing the file name. Okay, let me check that if the same thing with the file name here. Okay, it's the file name. So we want to download that. So let me scroll down to this subscribe, and then click and then add it inside. Like we have two file IDs now. Let's try the zip. So I'll click on send, and hopefully it should work. So we're waiting for it to load. So now it has complete, and then we can see zip through. So let me copy this, and then let me paste it here and click on enter. Let's see. Uh, and then we can see the zip file. This is great. So this is actually working. So let's go ahead and add the policy to remove the temporary file from AWS. So let's go to AWS S3 bucket, and then inside here we're going to, let me go back to bucket, and then we can click on the upload asset, and we should be able to see the 10 files. So we can click inside 10 files, and you should be able to see which is the user ID, and then you can see the zip folder there. So let me go back to upload next, and then let me click on upload next, and then inside management, so click on management, and then you should see life cycle rules. So let's click on create life cycle rules, and then we can give this a name. So we can call this delete temp and zip. Then we can leave this to limit the scope to this rule using one or more filters. Then the prefix, we can say temp dash zip. So if you go over back, just go back to the upload next asset and just define the folder there, and then just add. Let me add slash at the front. So just scroll down to where we have lifecycle action. Then we can say expire current version of the object, and then we can define number of days or just keep it to one. Then once we are done, just click on create. So just we checked all of this, that this matches the temp directory, and then just click on create. and then this should create the rule for us, and then this is enabled. So now, um, after 24 hours, this folder will be deleted. So that's it. So let's go over back and then let's uh let's go over to the code. And then I mentioned I'm going to show you how to use the stream if you don't want to expose the URL. So let's go into file service, and then let me just remove this. So where we had that public URL, we can use let me show you that. So I'll close all of this, and then we can use the get stream s3 with stream. So I'll just go to where we have get file URL service, and then instead of using the URL, we can also use a stream. So yeah, let's say constant stream is equals to await get s3 read stream, and then we can also pass the file dot storage key here. And now we got a stream. So once we got the stream, we can pass the stream. Let's just comment this out for now, and then let's pass stream. I'll just say URL empty string for now. And then we need to pass the contents type. And we're going to say file domain type here, which is the main type. And then we can pass the file size if you want. So now we're going to be streaming this to the client. So I'm going to go into file controller, and then you can close all of this. So instead of redirecting and showing the S3 bucket URL, we can uh, we can remove this. Let me just leave the URL there. So I'll just do stream, and I'll get the content type, which is the main type, and then we can get the file size. So now I will just comment this out, and then we can set um, the header. So let's just say response set, and then we can tell the browser the content type. So I'll just say content type. This is going to be content type, and then we can also set the content length, that is the size, and then we can just say file size. And this is not necessary like that, but we're going to just add it. Then we need to also add cache. So we tell the browser to cache the response for 1 hour. So we can just say public max age, and just say 3600. So this is just going to cache, and instead of making requesting for, instead of calling the endpoint again, it's going to just use the cache instead, and the cache stays for 1 hour. Then now we need to avoid the browser from downloading the files. So we need to say content and disposition, and let's set that to inline. And then for more security header, we can say content type option. There's a no sniffing. So like this. And then lastly, we're just going to say stream or pipe the response here. Sorry, pipe. So now if our server is running, let's test this out. So if I go over back to the public endpoint again, let's go to public, get public file URL. And then if I copy this now and I'll open my browser tab, paste it. Okay. Okay. File code not found. So I think we've deleted the file. So I'm just going to go and copy another file ID. So let me copy this file and let me replace the ID here and click on enter, and we should be able to see the file without redirecting to the URL. And you can see that the URL is still showing there. So basically that's it. But the only problem with streaming, it works for small amount of file, but for large file it takes up the resources, more resources. So I'm just going to close this and then. So basically that's it for the files. I think you've understand how to use the stream and also the getting the signed URL. So that's it. So let's go ahead and work on the analytics controller. So let's go ahead and create the analytics controller. So let me clear everything here. And then inside the controller, I'm going to click on the create a new file and what to call it analytics dot cx, sorry, dot controller dot cx. And then inside here, let me close this. We're going to define only one endpoint, one controller. We're going to say get, let me close this. So we're going to get let me import this first. So get user analytics with chart controller. So we're going to get both the summary and the chart and also the storage from this endpoint. So let's import, import express from express request. And then now we're going to also get the from and to. So the client is going to send the date. So I'm going to say the filters. So say constant is equals to request the query, and then we can get from sorry, and to here. So now let's define constant filter is equals to date from. It's going to be from. If there's from, it's a new date from a string, and we can set this to undefined. And let's copy the same thing for to. So it's going to be date to, and then you just change this to here. So save that. Now we can just return response or status http okay dot okay, that's 200 dot json. I just a message uh user analytics retrieve successfully. And then let's define constant result is equals to await get user analytics. I'll change this to service. And then we're going to pass in the user ID and also the filter. So for the results, I'm going to destructure this and just pass it like this. So now let's go ahead and create the service for this. So I'm just going to go into the service folder and let's create a service folder as a new file, um, analytics.service.cx. So I'll say export constant, I'll paste this async and let's return this. So we're going to get the user ID and also the filter. So I'll say user ID string, and then sorry, comma, filter, which is type dates from dates. I'll just duplicate this and set this to and save this. So let me go ahead and import this. So I'm going to import this from service, and then let's uh let's work on. So I'm going to get the date form and total from the filter, and now let's create the pipeline. So I'll say pipeline, which is of type pipeline stage for Mongoose, and this is going to be an array. So the first stage we're going to do is the match stage. We're going to match. Let's open an object and say match user ID. We're going to say new Mongoose and dot types dot objects ID, and then we'll pass in the user ID here. Then I will need to make sure the date was passed. So I'm going to say dates from, and we're going to filter by created at and say greater than equals to date from, and let's copy this and paste this here, and then let's change this to 2, and then this to 2, and then this should be less than. So we've been able to complete the match stage. So let's group them. So we're going to group them by day to organize the file by day. So we're going to get the charts by day. So I'm going to say group. We're going to say underscore ID, and we're going to define, let's say dollar sign dates to string. And we're going to say format dollar sign Y, and it's going to give us a year, month, and then the day, and then the dates is going to the field is going to be created at, sorry. So now let's count the uploaded files. So I'll come down after this ID, and I'll say uploaded files, and we're going to say sum one. This is just to count the number of uploaded files. We're going to also get the usage. So the usage is, we're going to say sum the file size. So, but we're going to first of all check if this is null, we're going to set this to 0. But if not, we're going to just sum the size. So I'm going to say size and then 0 here. So we are done with this. Now let's sort this. We are going to sort this oldest to newest. So I'm just going to set dollar sign sort, and then we're going to say underscore ID 1. And note underscore ID is the date string here. And we can see that here. So now we are going to shape the output. We're going to say dollar sign project, and we're going to remove the underscore ID, and then replace the underscore ID with the field name dates, and then we're going to select the uploaded files count, and also the usage. Okay, the usages, and let's just say it's one. So this is going to give us a list of the the dates. It's going to give us dates, the amounts, the uploaded file count, and also the usage sum. So we want to also get the total uploaded file, the total, the group all of them into one. And then we also need to get the total usage for that particular period. Yeah. So now we're going to reshape this. We're going to do uh, a multiple sub pipeline. We're going to create a sub pipeline that we take all of these outputs from here and add it into an array, which we're going to call that the chat data. And then we are going to create a totals, which is the total uploaded files for the past 30 days. And then that is the period there specified from the dates, and then also the usage, total usage for that particular period. So I'm going to use this, and I'm going to define the array, the variable which we're going to store the output from the project here. So I'm going to push all of this into this array. So I'm going to say dollar sign project dates. We're going to say one uploaded files one, and then the usage. So I'm going to copy the UJs here, paste it here, and I'm going to set that to one. So now we've able to add all of the output into the chart data. Now we can define the totals. So I'm going to say totals. This is going to be a group on its own. We're going to group, say group. We're going to set the grouping ID to none here, identifier to null. So we just want to get the total uploaded files for period, which is going to be the sum of all the uploaded files here. So this is going to give us this total amount of file uploaded for a particular day. So for like let's say for the past 30 days, so it's going to count from 1 to 30. The first day to 30. So it's going to be total file uploaded for that first day, total file uploaded for the second day. So we want to get the total files, all of them for for the whole month. That is for the last 30 days. So we're going to sum this, and we're going to group everything into the total uploaded files. We're going to do the same for usage. So instead of total uploaded files, we're going to say total usage for the period. Now we need to shape the output now, since we've already added a different stage here, and this is going to give us the chart data, and it's going to give us the total here, and it's going to give us an object here. So what we're going to do now, this is going to be an array of an object which is going to return the total uploaded files and the total usage for period. So now let's collapse this. Let me. So now we're going to define the project, and then we're going to remove the MongoDB underscore ID here, the ID that's going to come out with it, and then we're going to set chart data. So we're going to return the chart data. Now we need to get the total uploaded files from the period. and then we don't have direct access to this. So we have totals and we have an array and object. So what we're going to do, we're going to shape this. We're going to say get the total uploaded files for the period. Then we're going to say if no, we're going to return 0, else we're going to return the object. So I'm just going to say 0 here. So now we are going to grab all of the files. So we're going to get the first object from inside the total array. And to do that, let's use the let's use array elements at, and we're going to define the array, and the array is from the total. So totals dot, we're going to go into totals array, then the objects which is inside the totals, and then we're going to get the uh, uploaded file from index 0. So this is a single array with one object. So we are trying to get this object here using the array element. And once we got that, we're going to get the total uploaded files using this totals dot uploaded dot total uploaded files for period. So if we're able to get this out now, let's also get the usage. So I'll just duplicate this here and then copy total upload usage for a period and just replace the two of them like this. And now and then we're able to grab both of them from the first index, which is index 0. And the index is the object, which is total uploaded files for period, total upload usage for a period. So now we're done with the pipeline. Let's collapse this. So now let's pass the pipeline inside our file model aggregate. So I'll say result is equals to await file model does aggregate pipeline. So we can then get our output from the result. So I'll just open an array and then because it's going to return an array of the objects. So I'm going to say chat data, which is going to have a default value of an empty array, and then the total operator files for period. This is going to have default value of 0, and then total usage for period is going to have default value. So this is supposed to be equals to, and this is going to have total. It's going to be a default value of 0 here. So now we're going to set this to empty object here, and then this is going to um sorry, and then the array is going to come from results like this. So now if you're able to get the data from there, now we can format the uh, chat data. So this will be chat data. So I'll say constant formatted chat data is equals to chat data dot map, and then we're going to get the item, and the item is going to be date string uploaded files, which is number, and also the usages, which is number. and then let's return. So now let's just run the item, and then we say usages, which is item dot usages, and then we can return the formatted usages, and we use format bytes item dot usages. So this will add the the format is going to format it and give us the actual size. It's going to convert this to string. So now after getting the chat data, we can return this now. We say return charts formatted chat data, and then we can just get both of this and just return that. Yeah. So we should also format the total usage for a period. We add the format there. We add the bytes, the units attached to the number there. Then now we need to also get the storage metrics, which is very for the entire period, not the entire period, for the entire app itself. So we're going to say storage metrics is equals to await storage model dot get storage metrics, and let's say new type dot object. Let's import that from Mongoose and say objects ID and pass the user ID here. So now we've gotten the storage metric for the user. So I'm going to import this. So this is not tied to a particular period. If we pass dates on the client side, this is going to give us the data here. The chart data is going to return for that particular period. So, but the storage here is going to give us for the entire usage, whether the last 30 days for the all time. We can say that all time, yes. So now let's return the storage here. So I'll say uh storage usage summary, and then we can have the total usage, which is going to be storage metrics dot usage, and then we have the quota, which is storage metrics dot quota, and then we can also format them. We can provide the formatted one, formatted total usage, which is format bytes storage metrics dot usage, and let me just copy this and then paste it here. And then this will be let's change this to formatted uh, water, and then I'll change this to water here. So save that. So we are done with it. So now let's go ahead and then import this inside the controller analytics. Okay, we've done that. So I'm going to go into the internal route and let's create a file here. I'll say analytics dot route dot tx, and then let me just copy, paste it here, and then let me just change this to analytics Let me say, sorry, this is get user analytics charge controller, and let's change this to user here. So save that. So let's import this inside the index.tx. So just open this, come into index.tx here, and let's duplicate this. I will change this to analytics, and then let's change this to analytics routes. So we are done with this. So now let's open our server. Our server is connected. Our database is connected. So let's go ahead and run this. So let me go into the analytics here, user analytics and chat API. So yeah, I'm not going to pass in any dates. I'm just going to just paste URL, and we have passed in the token. So let's click on send, and this is going to give us for all time. I think it's a 404. Analytics routes. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. This should be get. So let's wait for the server to load. Our database is connected, and server is running. So I'll click on send now, and then this should give me, and then we can see the chat data for all time, and we can see total uploaded file for the period 4, which is the total file. You can see uploaded file is 2 for this particular day, and then this particular day we uploaded 2, and the usage. Then we have the total usage. This is giving us 4 bytes. Why is it giving us 4 bytes? So I think we need to check this again. Let me go into this analytics service, and then let me make sure. Um, okay, I can see that we made a mistake here. So I need to copy usage like this. So let me wait for my server to run. So the database is connected. Let me click on send again, and then we can see it's 742.17 bytes. So okay, this one we're having bytes here and then bytes here. So basically that's it. So if I go into all files, we should see the size, and I think this should return formatted size for us. So let me go into files, into service, and this return. So I notice why the format size we added inside the if we go into the model, the file model, you see that we added this to JSON. So because we are already inside the inside the file service, if I go into file service now, we are converting this to two objects, and then that is the reason why we're unable to see. So let me try and change this to JSON. If I click on it and save, let's see. And then let me click on send and let's see. I should see the formatted size now. So you can either leave it to JSON, or then just go into the model, and then let's just change this to two objects. like this. So you can leave it like that, or let's change it to two objects instead. And then let's go into file service, and then let's change it back to two objects. Then save that. So I also noticed that I made a mistake in the format inside the model. The format bytes, I made a mistake because this is showing bytes in all of the file I've uploaded. So I'll go back into the format bytes here. I need to add one plus plus here. Sorry, I plus plus. Save that, and then let's wait for server to load. And then let's actually see the file size, the formatted file size. So I'm going to save this. Okay, this is connected. So I'm going to click on send, and let's see. Then we can see the actual size, the kilobytes. And if I scroll up, you can see the actual size kilobytes. So note, if you if you convert this to objects, when you fetch, when you find data from the file model, this will not be added to the response unless you use to JSON. So what we can do, you can uh, duplicate this here and just change this to JSON here, like this, and so it will show in both of them. So I'll just cancel this and then cancel this, and then let me go into user analytics again and click on send, and we should be able to get the correct uh, format usage. So let me wait for the server to connect. So now it's connected. I'll click on send now, and we should be able to get the kilobytes, and we should be able to see the total usage for this period, and then we can see the formatted quota. This is supposed to be 2 gig, not 2.35 gig. So let me try and fix that. So we need to also fix the coming to analytics. I think I made a mistake here. Remove this T, and let me go into storage model. This should give us two. So I'm thinking maybe the file format bytes is somehow wrong. I noticed I made a mistake here. So I made a mistake. Yeah, this should be 1024. I will save that here. Then inside the form bytes, we can remove this and just use let's use, let me change this to constant. I use and change this to 2 and fix 2. And let's see this. So I'll wait for my server to load and let's try it again. And then let's, so now my database is connected. Let me click on send. So now I think everything is fine like this. So this is still going to show 2.35 GB because it's already saved in the database. So I'll leave that. So now let's go ahead and then work on the API keys. So let's go ahead and create the API keys. So I'm going to clear my editor and then let me collapse this. Then inside the controller, let's create the API keys. API key dot controller dot tx. Then inside here, let's import Express. From Express, the response and request. And then the response. And then here we are going to get, let's import the async handler and also the HTTP status. So now let's go ahead and create a validation for the API key. So we're going to pass in the name of the API keys. So I'm going to go into validator and let's create API key dot validator dot cx, and then let's import sort, and then let's export constants, create API key schema is equals to z dot object name, which is set dot string dot minimum 2, and then we can have maximum 100 here or 50. And then let's duplicate this. We're going to do the sorry, we're going to also create for the uh schema for delete. So let's change this to delete API key, and there we're going to just change this to ID, and I'm going to set it to string and one here. So now let me copy this, create API key, go into the controller, and then let's say constant name, and say create API key schema, import that, yes, and then request dot body. So now let's create a service. So below here um we're going to define this service here. Say await create API key, passing the user ID and the name. So let me copy this, go into API key service. So if not created that, let's create that here. API keys key dot service dot tx, export constant async, and let's return this. So yeah, we're going to have the user ID type string and also the name and type string. And let me import this. So I've imported this. Now let's go into the API key service, and we're going to generate this. A constant is equals to generate API key from the utils. And we can see that we have the raw hash and display. So we're going to get the raw key, the hash key, and also the display key. So now we can say constant API key is equals to new API key model. Sorry, let's pass in the user ID, name, hash key, hash key, and then the display key. Okay, I'm using display name instead of the display key. So let's go ahead and change that inside the model. This should be display key, not name. I'll save that now. So now we can save this, say await API keys dot save, and then let's return the raw key. So now inside the API key controller, we can get it from here, the raw key, and then copy this, and then let's pass it here. Let's make this key itself for key. Like this is okay. So and let's create a route. So I'll go into route, and let's create enter inside internal route. Let's create a new file. Let's call API key.route.txt. And then so let's import router from router. Let me import that here from Express, I mean. And then let me import the create API key. And then let's export default API key route. And then let's define this API key route inside the index.txt. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to change this to API key. And I'm going to add API key route. So now let's test this out. So server is connected. Let's go into Postman and then go into API keys. So let me collapse this analytics and go into my API keys here and click on create API key. So now API key create. I've added my bearer token and I'm going to say it's test key and click on send. I should be able to get the raw key and we can see the key here. So that's it. So let's go ahead and then create the next API, which is the get all API keys. So I'll define that here. So get all API keys, and then we can get the pagination. So page size. So PS int request dot query dot page size string, and we can default this to 10. Then page number PS int request dot query dot page number, and then default to 1. Let's set this to a string. And then now let's create the result is equals to await get all API keys service, and let's pass in the user ID and the pagination. So yeah, I'm just going to destructure the results here. So let me copy this and then let's go into API key service, export constant async, the user ID, which of type string, pagination, which we have page size number, page number, type number here. So let's go and import this let's import it from service. And let's save this and let's go into the service here. So here we can destructure the pagination and also get the skip. So now let's say constant array is equals to await promise dot all, and an API key model dot find user ID dot skip skip limits dot limits page size, and then the sort created at -1. So now we can get the count too. We say API key model dot count document. Let's pass in the user ID. So now we can get the API keys, and then the total count. So let's do constant total pages is equals to maths dot cell total count divided by page size, and then we can return the response here. API keys, pagination, page size, total count, total page, and page number, and also the skip. So this should stop error. Now let's go ahead and set the API key route. So I'll just duplicate this, changes to all, then changes to get, and do get all API keys controller, save, and let's wait for our server to run. Server is running and database is connected, so I'll click on send. And this should return only one data, and we can see the display key, and we can see the test user ID, and then our last use is null. So that's it. So let's go ahead and work on the delete API key. So let me close this and then go into API key controller, and below here I'm going to define the method for that. So now we can also get the let me copy this here. So come down here and let's change this to ID, and then we can say delete API key schema. Then we can pass in the body. Then let's create a service. Say constant results is equals to await delete API key service. Should pass in the user ID and also the ID. And there we can just say data results. So let me copy this, and then let's go into API key service, and then let's define this here. Export constant async, and let's return this. So here we have the user ID string and the API key ID, which is of type string. Let's call this API key ID. And so let me import this here. So inside the service now, let's delete this. So we're going to say constant results is equals to await API key model dot delete one API key ID. Also the user ID. Then we say if results dot delete count is equals to 0, then let's throw a new not found, exception, API key not found, and then let's return deleted count, result.deleted count. So we are done with this now. Let's go into our API key route, and then let's duplicate this, and then let's change this to delete, and I think we should say delete here, and I'll say delete API key controller. So I made a mistake. This should be ID here. Then we should get this from parent, not the body. Params here. So let's wait for the server to load. So the server is running now, and then let me quickly let's go ahead and copy this API key ID. So I'll copy the ID now, and then let me go into and delete API key, and I'm going to add the API key here. Save this, and then let's click on send, and we can see delete count, deleted count one. So I'll click on send, and this should give us empty array. So that's great. So the last thing we're going to do is to create the middleware that checks for the API key, and then we're going to create the public endpoint, public upload file endpoint. So let's cancel this, and then let's go into our middleware, and then let's create the API auth middleware. API key, you can call it API key auth.middleware.txt. Then inside here, we're going to say export constant API key middleware is equals to async, and let's return this. So here we're going to have a request, but let's say how to type request, import that from Express. Then we have response, and then we have the next, which is the next function. So let's use try catch here. And now we're going to be using bearer token, bearer header, the authorization header, I mean to say, to get the API keys. So you can use you can define a header you want. You can define your own header if you want X API key dash header. But I'm going to stick with the authorization header. So I'm going to say auth header is equals to request dot headers dot authorization. Yeah. Then we say if not auth header dot start with bearer, then we're going to throw new unauthorized exception API key required use authorization um let's say use authorization bearer, and then we'll say key here, something like this. Then we can say constant API key is equals to auth header dot slice, and then we're going to say slice 7, then trim any space. Then now we're going to just remove the bearer out of it here. So we're going to say if not API key, then we throw another error, new unauthorized exception, API key missing. So now we've checked if there is no bearer at the beginning of the authorization header. Then we throw an error if we try to slice the bearer string out of the authorization value to get the API key, and if there's no any value, then we say API key is missing. So now we need to validate the API key if we're able to bypass this. We say if not API key does start with sk underscore or API key dot length is less than 20. Sorry, then we need to throw an error. So let's throw new unauthorized exception, invalid API key formats. So now let's say constant paths. We're trying to get the path from the API key dot split. We get split by using the underscore. And then we can say if path dot length is less than 3, or path index 0 is not equals to sk, then we should throw another authorized exception error. Then we can say this is going to be invalid API key type. So now we are going to say constant key type is equals to path 1, and this is going to be the it's going to have the live. Remember the part 0 is going to be sk, then part 1 is going to be live. So this is going to give us the path length less than 3, so it should be 3. We should have 3. This should return an array, and we should have 3 strings. And then we can say if not objects dot values, and we get the key type from the key, you're going to get this to check. So if not is dot include key type as key type, uh let's get key type here. This key type, we're going to get the type here. And then let me just say this. This should not try an error. Okay, let me import this. And the error should stop now. So now if this is not equals to the live. So this is going to convert this to an array, and then we're going to find this key type inside the array. And if it does not exist, then we throw a new we throw an error here, unauthorized exception. We can say invalid API key type again. Let's change this to format here. So now we can hash the key now. We say hash key is equals to crypto dot create uh, let me import crypto here. Import crypto from crypto dot create hash, and then we can define the two 256, and I will say dot update API key dot digest like this. So if you go into the key, remember we hashed this. You can see we hashed the raw key. So now we are going to check constant API key doc document is going to be equals to await API key model dot find one. We use the hash key. I remember we remove it from we set it to select first. Then we need to define this here. We say dot select. I'll say plus hash key like this, and then we should say dot link. So now if not API key doc, then we can say throw a new unauthorized exception, invalid API key. And we can set logger here. API key not found. We can even say attempt to use API key. Uh, Let me also add error here. Invalid API key formats. Uh, Invalid API key formats here. We can also add it here. Let me add it here. Invalid API key type. Okay, no need. I need to add it. So let me just remove them. So I'm going to just add it here only. And then, so the reason why I remove it is because we already have, we're going to catch the error in the error handler. So inside the error handler, we can see we're already returning the error here. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to get the user. So I'm going to say, user is equals to await find user ID service. So I'm going to use the user service to get the user. So I'm going to get the user with this. And then once I get the user, I'm going to check if not user. Then let's throw a new unauthorized exception, user not found, for this API key. So now, if we're able to pass through this, we need to update. So inside the API key model, remember we define the update last use at. So I'll copy this, go over to the middleware, and I'm going to say API key model dot this, and I'm going to say hash key. Then I'm going to catch any error and just pass logger dot error here. And then let's set request dot user equals to user, and I'll say logger dot info API key used. You can also add the display key if you want to. I think we can add that here. So now let's add next error here, and then below here we need to add next like this. So save that. So this is going to attach the user to the request user, and this is not throwing any type error thing because we added password any here. So remember, if you remove this, we should be able to see error here. TypeScript is going to complain because we omitted the password. So I'm going to go back here and just set it to any, and error should stop. So we are done with the API keys middleware. So now let's go ahead and create the public endpoint. So we're going to come over to files, controller, and then we're going to just duplicate this. Let's just duplicate this here. And I'm going to change this to API, and I'm going to change this to API. So that's everything, that's it. And so I'm going to copy this, upload file via API, and then let's go into our route and define this. So inside the route, inside public, inside v1, I'm going to create files dot route dot txt here. And then let's define file route v1 route, and we're going to import that from export. So let's say export default file v1 route. So let me import this route, the router from Express, and I will say file v1 route dot post slash upload. We're going to pass the middleware for multi upload, check storage availability, and then upload. Then we're going to add a controller, upload file via API. So we're done with this. So now let's create index.txt inside the v1. And let me just quickly copy this. And then inside the index.txt, I'll just paste this. I'll change this to v1 route. So let me import this from Express. I'll say v1 route. I'll remove all of this. I'll change this to files, and let me replace this to v1 route. And then I'm going to say files v1 route, and then we're going to add the middleware here, API key auth middleware. So let's also change this to use, not post. And then inside the public index, let's define that here. So I'm going to just say public route use env.path, the will pass v1 and then the v1 route. So let me import this from v1. So we are done with this now. Let's test this endpoint here. So I'll go into my public API, click on public upload files, and then we can see localhost API v1 file upload. And then in the hot, I'll just let me remove this, save this, and let's try and upload this. So let me select the file. So I selected this file, I'll click on send, and we should see API required. Okay, it's not showing the error message. It's unauthorized API required. So let me just go into my error handler middleware, and then this is showing the error code. So let me just leave it. So we can see API key required, use authorized bearer API key. So I'm going to go and add it. So let me create an API key. I'll click on send, and then I'll copy this. Then go into post, upload, and public upload files. And then inside the auth header, I'm going to paste this, enable this, and I'm going to try to make modification. So I'll see the errors. I'll save this and click on send, and let's see invalid format. I'll copy it, paste it, remove some value from the end, and I'll click on send. I should see we can see invalid API key. So now let me add the file itself, the API key direct, the correct one, and I'm going to click on send now. And we should see API use storage results, and we can see the file uploaded. So now we can see the file uploaded now. If I go over to all API keys, and I'm going to click on send, we should see last use. Now we should see last use, time and date. So that is it for the backend. So let's go ahead and then set up the clients. That is the front end. So now let's go ahead and set up the front end. So I already have the repo here. So I'm going to just make sure you select the startup front end, and then I'm going to clone that. So I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to paste it. So let me close this. And I'm already inside the clients directory. So I'm going to just move this. So you can see I'm inside the client directory. And then let me click on enter, and then this is going to clone the repo for us. And once it's cloned it, I'm going to move the files from the folder created by the repo, and I'm going to move that inside the client folder. So let me do that. So I've moved that inside the client folder. So now let's install the package. So I'll do npm install, and I'm going to wait for this to install all of the packages, and I'm going to go through every of the code. So this has installed completely. Now let's write npm run dev, and then this should run the server for us. So I'm going to wait. Now let's copy the URL, and then I'm going to paste it here. So once I open this, is going to open the, okay, sorry, I've cancelled the server. Let me run this again. And then this should load. So while this is running, let's go inside the code and let's go through it. So for this client side, we're using Windows Toolkit, Tailwind CSS, and ShantyUI with Vite. So inside the main TX, if you go into the main TX, we can see I'm using I have an app component here and also those that are coming from ShantyUI. And then this is the provider and the persist from the setup for the Windows Toolkit. So if I go into the app components, so inside the app component, I have this theme that wrap the app router, the app route, which is a component that holds the route. Then this two-tip provider is coming from Shanty UI. So then inside the app route, I'll navigate into app route, and we have the use auth expiration. This is just to check the access token expiring time, and then redirect the user back to login. So now we have the elements here. We have the auth route, the base layout, and then here we have the authentication route part. So I'm going to open this, and inside the common, if you go into the common folder, we can see the route part. Then the route part is just basically the auth route and the protected route. So now inside the route, we can see where we define the route part. You can see the authentication route part here. And this is having the two components, sign in and sign up. And then this is also having the same component for the protected routes, overview files, API keys, doc, and then settings. So now inside the index.tx, now we can see that this is being fetched from the route part and then loop through this here. Similar to the protected route, what we are doing here. So now inside the base layout, if you go into the base layout, it's just a div that wrap the index.ts, and this is the login and sign up. So I'm going to go into the app, uh, the protected routes app layout, and then inside the app layout, this is just a div holding the nav and then the sidebar. So this is just it. Then for the app auth route here, which is this one, if you go back, this one here, the auth route is what we use to check if the user has access token or the user is not signed in. Then we direct the user, if the user is signed in, it's not signed in, we direct the user back to the login screen. And then if not, if the user is signed in, we direct the user to overview page. Similar to what we did in protected routes, we can see that we check for the access token user from the local storage or from reader store. And then if there is no access token user, we redirect the user to sign in page, else we just fall back to the actual protected pages. So now we are done with this part. Let's go through the layout. We have looked at the layout, which is the up layout and then base layout. Now we need to look at Windows Toolkit. So Windows Toolkit is handled inside the app folder. If I open it, we have the API clients, hook, and then store. The first thing you need to understand, Windows is handled to is we know Windows as storing data in the storage, local storage. Windows Toolkit now provide a way to handle API calls, just like Axios or Fetch. And if we go into API clients, we can see that we are getting create API and fetch wait query from Readers Toolkit query React. And then if you look at how the setup works, this is basically how to set up the API clients here. The create API, we can pass in the reducer part, we just give it API, and then we can just set some tag. We're looking to look at this, and then this is where you can handle the endpoint. So here is just we're using the fetch base query, so we can pass the base URL and also prepare the headers. So we pass in the access token, which is the authorization bearer token. We pass it if it exists, we pass it to the header, and then we take the base query and pass it here. So now if you go over to store, basically how are we handling the store? The store we are having Redux store and Redux persist. So this persists the data in the local storage. So now if you come over here, we can see we have the root reducer type. Then we have the persist config, which has a key root storage, and the storage is coming from Redux persist and lib storage. Then we are blacklisting the file from persisting in the storage. Then this is where we combine the reducer. We combine the file part, which is the app, the API. You can see API clients reducer part. We combine the reducer, and then we have the auth reducer. We are going to look at that. Then we are creating the persist reducer here, and you can see that we pass in the root reducer, which is the combine reducer. Then we pass in the persist config, and you can see we set up that. Now we need to configure the store. So now we are passing the reducer, which is now instead of passing the root reducer here, we are passing the persist reducer because we want to persist the store. So now we ask some middleware to escape to ignore some actions here, and we can see the actions here. And then we just concat the API client middleware. Now we set up a persist store, which is equal to persist store. So we are linking the persist store to the store. And now this is the root state, which is just the type of store.get state. And I think that's what we use inside. We got from here, and you can see the root state, and that's what we use to get the auth. And then let's go and look at before we go and look at it, or let's look at the hook. So if you look at the hook, we have from the React Redux, we have the type use selector, and use dispatch. So now we are exporting an app dispatch to the type of dispatch uh, store.dispatch. Then we have the use dispatch and the use type selector. And basically that's what we use in the auth route. And you can see this how we used to get the state. So now we are done with this part. Let's go into features. This is where we handle the auth. So inside the auth, we have Redux Toolkit allow us to define the auth slice and API. So for the auth slice, this is where we define this auth slice is what we use inside the if you come back inside the store, and we can see the auth reducer is coming from auth.auth/auth slice. So I'm going to cancel this, and then let's go back into the auth slice feature, and then we are setting up the auth store, and then we can see the state here. We have the initial state for the auth, where we just save the access token of the user, expire as user, and then I'm just going to remove this, and let me remove this. Okay, so we just have this, and then this is the user, and then this is the auth state here, and we can see that this is the type of here, and this is the user type here. So now we need to create a slice. We have the name, which is defined as auth, the initial state, and then we have the set credentials, which we just said the access token, expired, and the user. Then we have updates you can update the credential by getting the access token expect from the action payload, and we check if undefined. If it's not undefined, we set it to the state. Else, then we just and then the last one is the logout, which will log the user out, or which we set user we set everything back to null. Then we export the set credentials and log out from the actions, and then we also export default the slice reducer. That is what we set inside the store. Go back into the store, and this is where we got the auth reducer and set that inside the combine the reducer here. So that is it for the reader setup. We are going to go ahead and look at setting up our API. Now make sure your backend is running. So my backend is running already. So now let's go ahead and then set up the authentication part of the application. So let's go into um the auth inside the feature. Let's click on the auth API, and then inside the auth API, we should be able to see the register auth, and then you should see we are extending from the API client, and then we're defining the endpoint. Now here we have the register login, and I'm going to just remove this, but we don't need this. So we just have the register and login. So now let's go ahead and use this inside the component. So I'll copy the register mutation, and then let's scroll to where we have pages. Then inside the pages, we should have auth here. You should see auth, the sign in and sign up um, form page. And then if you click on components, you should see the sign up form. So inside there, we are just using Shanty UI. We are setting the Zod here, and we have the sign up form, the form value, and we can see the use form from you can see this form from React hook form, and also setting the schema here. So now basically we can just see the form, the inputs, and also some other stuff here. So basically we've already handled this here. Just see constant register, use register mutation. So we've imported this from the API auth API, and then it's loading. So now we have register value unwrap. Then if we set, we just set those sign up successful, we direct to login, and then we catch the error if there's any error. So we can save that, and then let's go into sign in form before we go ahead and test this. So similar to the same thing, we have the login, use login mutation. Then we import that too from the auth API, from the feature auth API folder, and then we have the login dot unwrap. Then we get the data from our backend. Then we use this patch to set the credentials into the Redux store, and then we say successful, and then we just redirect to the overview page. And now we are able to catch any error if any error occur. And we're using form handle submit, and the form is from React hook form. So that is it. So let's test it out. Let's make sure our sign up is working. So I'm going to sign up with this user. Let me click on sign up. So I'll just put in this name, and then I'm going to click on sign up, and then let's see. Let me check my sign up server is running. Okay. So let me check Let me check the env. Localhost 8000 API. I'll save this. Okay, let me check the env for the backend. Let's check the env if we're adding the clients here. So let me save it. Let me try it again. And let me just inspect this to see if there's an error. Network, click on sign up. Okay, it's complaining about course error. Let me see. So let's go into the backend inside the index.tx. So this is being blocked because we set credentials in the client side. If I go into app API client, we include credentials here, and then in the backend, we didn't set any credentials to true, and that is why it is showing an error. Let's just add credentials here and true. Uh, sorry, should be at the top. And let's wait for the backend to run, and this should stop. So I'll wait for this to run. So now the database is connected. Let me try and sign up again. So I'll click okay, user already is okay. I've created this user already. Let me try a new user. I'll click on sign up. Now this should work, and we can see that this sign up the user for us. So let's try and sign in now. So now this has registered the user. So let's try and sign on. So I'm going to click on login now, and this will log in the user, and then we should be able to see the dashboard here. And if we go into click here, go into application and click on local storage, and we should be able to see the persist, the root. I'll click on this and then drag this up, and we should see the access token, the expired as the name, email, and others has been added to the local storage. So that is it for the login. So let's go and then work on the files, which is this one here. We're going to go back to files and set the files up. So we can first of all upload our files. So let's go ahead and work on the upload files. So I'm going to close my backend folder, and then inside the file, we can close this. Then let's go into files feature API, files API. And then if I open this now, we should be able to see the endpoint to upload the file. So I've added it here, and I've added the upload files endpoint, and these are the response and the form data which we are going to pass there. So this is just form data and also the upload response. Then this tag added here is this is what we just took it. We used to record the endpoints that has the provided tag. And if you look here, we have the provide tag here. So with this, it will call this endpoint after we upload a new file. And this is also set inside the API clients. And you should see that we set a tag type here. So that's it. So now let's go ahead and test the upload files. So if you scroll down, we have the upload file mutation. So let's go into files. So if we go into file here, we should see the page layout, and then if I go into page layout is a component inside. Yeah, you can see page layout, and inside the page layout, we just pass the children class title, subtitle, and then we define the headers here, header here, and the header is inside this page header, and you can just see this here. So now we pass in a button that calls the file uploader, and then this is it here, the file uploader, and this is just a dialog that has the title upload file, and then we define the component, and we can see the component, and this is a button to upload the file. So inside the component file uploader component, if I click here, and then this is defined inside the component, you can see file uploader. The inside file uploader, we can see we have the file uploader prop, max file, accepted file type, and on file selected. Then we have clear selected file and get selected files. Then inside here, we use forward ref, so we can call this inside the file uploader dialog that is inside the parent folder, inside the parent file or component. So now you can see we have a selected file here. This is the state. Then if I collapse this, we are using React drop zone. So inside the React, we set multiple to true, accepted file, maximum file, and then the handle drop, and then the handle reject. And then this is the uh, actual component. So here we are showing if selected file is equal to 0, we just show choose files or drag a file. Else if it's not, we just look through the files and list the files selected here. File name, and also a button to remove the file from the selected file list. So if we click on remove file, we should be able to see filter, remove file to remove, and then we update and also notify the parents using the on file selected, which has been passed here. Then we have the handle drop. The handle drop, we check if it's rejected file, we just throw an error. Then we we filter the files, and then we update the files and notify the parent here, and then we update the state here, the array here, because we're using use callback. So that is it. So now we have looked at the file uploader, and then this is how we're able to use this. And then we see on file selected, we set selected file, and then this is it here. So now we need to define the handle upload button. So I've removed that commented code, and so now this is the accepted files that we added here and the maximum size. So just save this and let's go into the file. If I click here, just click on files, and then we can be able to see the button. If you click on upload, you should be able to see the dialog, and then this is the dialog here. So now if you click to select a file, so I'm going to select two files here. I'm going to select two files, and we should be able to see the files they selected here. And we can click here to remove, and then remove here. So that's it. So now let's go ahead and work on the upload and connect the endpoint. So inside the handle click um handle upload button click. Let's first of all get the API. So I'll go to file API, and then we should copy the upload, use upload files mutation, and there we have upload files. So I'm going to come back to the dialog, and then below here we can just define this. You can say use upload file mutation, and then let me import this from feature files API, and then let's use it inside here. So we are going to first of all check if selected files dot length is equals to 0, then we can use the toast.info. So let me import toast from sona.info, and then we can say please I select a file like this. Then let's return, and then now let's set is upload first. So if we pass this, there's a file, we can just set close the dialog, and then what we are going to do, we are going to show a toast loading toast. This is available with Sona. So I'm going to first of all say total files is equals to selected files dot length. Now we can say constant toast. We can define the toast ID and then use toast from ShantyUI, the toast from Sona, and then say dot loading, and then we say uploading total files just put dot dot dots. So let's just put s here in case it's one. So and then we can just say comma, and then we can give a description, and then we just say duration to infinity, so it does not stop running, so it keeps on showing. And then we say please wait while we upload your files. And then once we do that, now we need to create the form data. So I'll say form data is equals to new new form new form data, then like this. So now we're going to just say selected files dot for each file, they will append it into the form data dot append, and then we're going to just say files, and then passing the file like this. So we are done with, we have added it now to the form data. So let's use the API. So I'll say upload files, which is this, and then we're going to pass in the form data, and we're going to say dot unwrap, and then we're going to say dot then the response. So we're going to say toast dot success. I will just say uploaded. We're going to say response dot data dot length. I think in the backend we also have, if you go back to backend and then go into SRC, then click on the service files. I think we output successful here. Okay, we can see data here. So this is already counts already. So I'll just point to data. So instead of length, I'll just remove the length here. So let's collapse this here. And then now we have the say success uploaded files. Then we say successful. And then we need to set the ID to the toast ID, so it updates this toast here. So it updates the toast. So I'll put the ID here, and then we can set description here and say your files are now available. And we can say um mm, we can say number of file available. Let me uh, let me change this. So something like this. Or let me just stick with your files are now available. So I don't know if there's a way we can show the number of failed files in return the number of failed counts here. So inside the file service, we can see the number of failed here. Let's add that here. We can say let me say failed files and failed counts dot length. Okay. So this is not a number, this is an array. So I'll just save this and go back to my dialog, and then I'll just add length to that data. I'll just say dot length, yeah, like this. So for the field count, we're going to look at how I'm going to add the field count here. So let me go back to the backend and let's pass the field count. Um, let me pass the field count here. So I'm going to copy the field count here, and then I'm going to go into the controller, file controller, and I'm going to just come back here. Okay, we already passing the results already, so there's no need to add it again there. So what I need to do now is to go into my upload file mutation, then go back to upload response, which is inside the file folder, and then I'm going to add this here. I'm going to say file count number, like this. So now we can see that now we can cancel that. Now go into file upload, and then below here what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant success count is equals to response dot data dot length. Then I'll say constant field count is equals to response dot field count. Like this, I'll just say all 0. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to change the message. I'm going to say uploaded file successful, and then I'll just say plus, and then let me say let me add this inside there. And I'll say if let me just write this, if field count is greater than 0, Then I'm going to say, okay, let me remove this from here. I'll put it here. If this is greater than 0, then we use this. Then we say field count. I'll say field else empty string. Like this is okay. So now I'll just take this success count and just put it here. So now we're able to know a number of successful upload and the number of failed upload. So now we are done with this. So now let's come down and get cache any error. And then let's say post the error. I'll say failed, or let's say upload failed to upload file. And then we need to define the ID to post ID. And then description, we say please try again. And let's just console log. So now we can say finally. Okay. Finally, we can do toast dot dismiss and pass in the toast ID. And then we can clear this. So we're going to use the file upload ref current to clear selected files. And then this is coming from inside. Remember we use ref. So we're going to use to call the clear selected files. And then we're going to set the set selected files here to empty array. Now let's try and upload the file. So inside here, let's click on this. And I'm going to just let me open my inspect network tab, and let me drag this down. So let me click on select two files here. So I've selected two files now, and let's click on upload. So I'll click on this upload now. Before we click on upload, let's make sure let me close this terminal and let me scroll down and make sure okay, this is not showing, it's loading. Okay, so let's click on upload here. And then you should see uploading two files uploading, and we should see the success as shown. So now we can see the response 0 failed and the two files that was uploaded. Now we successfully upload files now. So let's go ahead and get all files. So go into the files API, and the next endpoint here is the get all files. And I've already set everything here. So I'm going to go down here and let's get the use get all files query. So let's go through the all files. So I'm going to close this now. And if you notice here, once I select any file, you should be able to see once selected download and you can see all of this here. If you select two, you can see two files. And then if you click on this icon here, you should be able to see a table view of this page of this file all files. So let's go and then look at that. So if you come back into the pages where we have the um, files, then click on index, you should be able to see upload file layout, show toolbar, is pagination, show pagination through, page size, and layout view. So once I go into that component, we can see inside the component folder, we have the upload file layouts, and then we have index. So inside index, we have this dummy data here that we defined here, and we can see the props here. Then we have the page number, the pagination. Then we have the state that handles the view, and we have the selected type. Then we have use bounds, which is a hook that is used to handle the. So we don't call the endpoint all the time when a user search for a particular file. So that's it. So we give it some delay. Then we can see the handle search, which is going to set the in the use the bound search. Then we have the handle layout view. Then we have a method to just handle toggle select. This is when you select okay. We have the one for table view, and we have the one for grid. So once you select here, yes. Okay, this is having some. So I'll clear this. So now we have handle clear, and then we have handle copy. So the handle clear is this X icon here. The handle copy is for the copy icon. Then the handle delete function is for the handle for the icon here, and the handle download is going to be this method here. So now we have the show toolbar, and this toolbar is this particular div. And if I go into the toolbar, we can see it's when it is selected, it shows this, and if it's not selected, it shows the search uh, and the switch here. And we can see inside here we can see handle layout view, and we can see we passing the layout view there. So you can look at the toolbar, and then we have the layout view, list, and grid. So once this is selected, then we show list view, else we show grid view. So inside grid list view, this is a prop that will be sent to it, and this is the method for the handling page change, page size change, and this is also for handling row selection change, and this is from the data table. And then we can go through all of this here, and then we can see data table has index, table pagination, and the table skeleton loader. So inside the table, let me scroll up, and you should be able to see that we handle the row toggle select. And if you scroll up here, just just forget about this too. It's not needed. This is where we're able to handle the row selection. If you see on row selection change, then you should see this, and then we can see handle row selection, and then this is where we call our own function that selects the rows. So I think I need to add something here. So yeah, I'm going to just add grid ID and row dot ID. So by default, the row will select ID instead of underscore ID. So I'm going to just add that here. Just add that inside the table, data table, and then that is all um for the data table. So now let's go and look at the grid view. So if I go into the upload index.txt, then go into grid view, and for the grid view, it's just simple. This is just showing the loading, and then we have the file card. While here we have an empty state here. So if you go into the file card is where we define the map the file type. Then we just give it some icon. If we don't have, like, if I go into the image extension now, you can see the image extension. If any of the image paths, the extension does not match this, then we just find the one that match any of this icon, or else we just default to the default icon. And then you can see, the you can see where we define the image here, and then we define the icons here. Then we have the file original name, batch, and then the formatted size here. So for the list, if I go back to the list, we have column, and inside the column we also do the same thing here. We have the select checkbox, original name, main type, extension size, and then we have the upload via and the created as. So that's it. So let's go ahead and then work on the getting all the. Let me go into index, and then let's get all the files. So I'm going to remove this dummy data here, and if you scroll down, we have the get all files query. If I go into file API, we should see get all file query. So I'll just uncomment this, and I'm going to import this from future files file API, and then we can get the bounce text here and the bounce stem, and now we can get the files data, and then we can copy the file data. Now we can define the pagination here. We can say we can get the pagination from dot pagination dot total count, and then we can say data dot pagination dot total page. I'll just set that to 0 here. So now let's get the file data. Scroll down to where we have, let me collapse all of this. Where we have the dummy data, just replace that with the data we got from our endpoints, and then let's set this to is loading, and then also replace this here, and let's just change this to is fetching. We can use this fetching here, or just depends on the one you want to use. You can use is fetching both here too. So I'm going to save this now, and then let's look at let me inspect, and let me reload. So you should see some files that has been added, and it's saying no files list. Okay, I think we added files. Yeah. Okay, we set this to file instead of files. So I'll remove file. Oh, let me change it from the backend. Um, get all files inside the file service. So we made a mistake. So this should be files, and let me wait for the server to load. So now my server is running, and now let me reload this page. Okay, let me go back to my layout, upload file layer, and let me just replace this back, save this, and then we can be able to see the files are showing correctly, and we can select this, deselect this, and if I click on list, we should be able to see the files are showing properly here, but the route is not showing. So let me try and inspect and see network. Let me reload this, and then inside the list view column, let me click on all files here. Okay, we have upload via. So this one is uploaded here. So let me click on this, and we should see the route here. So that's it for the fetch of files, and now we can try and test the search. So I'll open my inspect, and then let's search. We say let's search for preview, and we should see it's working. So I'll just remove and all of them to show. So that's it. So now let's go ahead and work on the um delete. Let's first of all work on the delete, then work on the download. So I'm just going to go into the index, and then if we go into files API, we should see delete files here. And this is basically the endpoints we've already set. So I'll just go back to this upload file layout component. And if you come up here, I've already defined that here. So I just enable it, and I'm going to import the use delete file mutation. Then scroll down to where we have handle delete. I'm just going to say if deleting return, and if there's no file to delete, we just say no file selected, and then we are going to set the toast loading, and then we are going to use the delete unwrap, and I'm just going to enable this here. So now we say we dismiss it once we've completed, and then we say if um, fail count is greater than 0, then we say post warning deleted file count and failed, and some file could not be deleted. Else we just say successfully deleted um, file. And if you go into backend inside the file service, if you scroll down to where we have the delete files, we can see that we returned deleted counts and failed count. So so that is it. So I'll save this, and then once I save this, now let's test it out. I'm going to and again you can see that the handle delete is passed into the tool. You can see the toolbar. Inside the toolbar, if you scroll down to where we have the icon, trash icon, you should see on delete here. So let me delete this image. So I'm going to select these two files, and I'm going to click on delete, and I see deleting two files, and I should see successful deleted two files. So now you can see it's delete is working. So now let's work on the download button. So I'm going to go back to the file endpoint, and then we can see the download endpoint here. So inside the files, I'm going to click on this download, and then let me enable the endpoint here. And I'm going to import the use download files mutation. So I've imported it now. Let's scroll down, and then now let's define there. So now let's define the is loading like this. So I'm just going to do the same here. So I'm going to say toast ID preparing your download, and then we're going to use download files, and we're going to pass in the files IDs, and then we're going to say dot unwrap, then we're going to say dot then response, and then let's return toast dot dismiss toast ID. Or we should just comment this now. We can make use of this ID. So I'll just say if response dot download URL, Then we're going to say constant link is going to be equals to documents dot create elements a tag, and then we say link dot ref is going to be equals to response dot download URL, and then we say link dot download is equals to empty, and then we say document dot body document dot body dot append child link, and then we say link dot click, and then we say link dot remove, and then we can define the message. The constant message is equals to if response dot is zip, then we can say zip file is downloading, else we just say your file or your files, okay, your file, not files, our file is downloading. Just put three dots here. So now we can define post dot success, and then let's define the message here. It's a message, and then we can say if it does not, so we're going to show a link, the actual link, so they can click if it does not start. We say if it don't start, then we can show an a tag. We say ref uh, response dot download URL, and we say target underscore blank. Then we set it to no opener and no referrer. And then let's set a class name here. Underline and text black. Let me add duration infinity, and then we can just put click here, and then we can just else post dot error. We can say download URL missing. So let me add this here. So I'll just put comma ID. I'll just set it to toast ID, and then I can do the same thing here. I'll just add it here. So now let's catch the error. So I'll just come down here and just say dot catch, and let's just say, and then we can just copy this, paste it here, and just say download failed, try again, like this. Then we say finally, we can just say finally, let's do toast dot dismiss and post the toast ID, and then we can just set selected files empty array like this. So now let's test it out now. So I'm going to let me upload another file so that we can have two files here. So let me just upload this file. I've selected two files now, and let me just upload them, and we should wait for this to upload, and then we should be able to see the files are uploaded. So now let me try and download one. So I'll click on this file, and let me drag this up here, clear the network tab, and then let's click on download. Okay, it's too fast. So maybe let me try and then dismiss this. So I'll just copy this. Let me copy dismiss here, and let me enable this, remove this, and then let me remove this, and then dismiss ID here. So I'll just copy. Okay. Let me try and download again. Okay, this is okay. Now we can see that the files are downloaded, and then you can click here to download the link this way. So now um, let me still add duration, infinity by this. So now let me try and download two files. So I'll click on this file and click on this one here, and then let's click on download, and we should see this is downloading, and then we should be able to see zip is downloading. And if I click here, we should see these zip files here. So that's it. So if we click here, you also see and zip through and the download URL. So now we are done with this now. Let's try and then copy the links. So I'll go to undo copy, and then this is going to say URL, and we didn't have URL inside these links does not have images, does not have but they have URL. Yeah, I think it's expired URL. But if we want, we can make use of our very own so instead of doing something like this, we can open this and just say return. Uh, we just say we can get the base URL. Let's just define the base inside, or let me just do it here. We can do so let me just define the base here. So I'm going to duplicate this here. I'm going to call this base underscore API URL. I will just remove this, and then I'll copy this, go into my upload layout, and then I'm going to say import dot meta dot env dot, and I'll paste this, and I'm going to say slash files slash file dot id like this. So now this is going to add them into the clipboard. So let's save it and let's try it. So I'll click on these two, and I'm going to click on copy. You can see copied to URL, and if I paste it here, this is still copy. So let me try and then reload this now. Oh, sorry, this is not okay. This should work. Let me try and click on this again. Click on copy. I'm going to paste it here. Down here we can see it's working. I think this is a localhost 8000. Cannot get files the file ID. Okay. I see HTTP. Why is this not working? So let me check the parts in the backend. Let's go into the route and then go into public index. Okay, we didn't add views. Sorry, view I, and then we should be able to see that here. So I'll just cancel this, and then I'll just add slash view like this. So now this is going to work fine. So let's close this now. So we are done with the files, but upload, select, and then delete. Now let's go ahead and work on the API keys. So I'm going to the API page. So let's go to API keys, and then let's go into the file. I mean, sorry, the futures. Then we have API keys. Then click on API keys API. Then we can see the create API key, the get all API key, and then the delete API key. So we're going to work on the create API key first. So let's come down here where let's close files and let's go into API key page. Click on index. And we should see create API key dialog. So click here, we should be able to see create API key dialog. And this is just similar to the dialog we use in the upload files. So this is just showing the generated key, the is key generated, is copied, is open. Then we have the React hook form name. Then this is just a dummy method to generate. And if you click on this now, if you just type in anything here and click on create, we should see the dummy API key. So I just click on done. So I'm going to remove this here, and I'm going to remove all of this here. So now let's import the create API key and let me use create API key mutation. So I'm going to import that. Let me remove this. It's loading. Remove all of this dummy stuff. And now we can just enable this here. And let me import those from Sona. So that is it. So we can go through it. We can say handle dialog close and then handle open change, which is for the dialog. Then we have the title and the description. So if it's not generation, we just show the first initial form, and then we show the generated UI. Once the API key is generated, we show this UI, the name, the label, the API key, the copy button, and also the done button here. So now we are done. We have added our API. So let's quickly inspect, click on network, and let's click on create. And let me say test key, click on create, and this will call our endpoint. And after some seconds, we can see the API key, and you can copy this and click on done. And then that is it. So now let's go ahead and work on the get all API keys. So if you go into the index.txt CXX. You should see all API keys, and then inside there we should see the state for pagination, and we have the handle page change and handle page size change for pagination, and then we're using the same data table components. Then if I come over here and click on columns, we should see the column showing the name. We have the display key. So here we're just trying to add this asterisk at the end of the display key. And here we're showing the created at, the last use at, and here we have the action. This is the action that we have the only the delete option is here. Delete option. So now let's go back to all API keys and note the API. The API, we can get the API from API keys API. And once you scroll down, we can see get all API keys, and this is it here. So I'll cancel it. I'll just enable this, and then I'm going to enable this here. And I'm going to import get all API keys. Let me move this to the top. And there we can just say data dot pagination 0, and then also data dot pagination dot total page. Yeah, I'm going to say dot total count like this. And then let me copy this API key data, and I'm going to paste it here. And now we should be able to see you should be able to see the key. Let me reload this. So let me click on all. So you should see API keys. Yeah. So let me reload this. So something is wrong. I'm going to click on API keys, data.api keys, and then this is a list, yeah. And this is correct. So let me look at the console log and see what is causing the error. Okay, undefined total count. Okay. Now we can see the key here, and we can see the display key, and we can see the option to delete the key here. So now we are done with the getting all API key. If you click and let's test new key, click on create and click on done, we should be able to see new key here. So now let's go into our column and let's work on the delete API key. So if you go into the column, not this column, scroll down to where we have the API key column, and then inside the API key API, if you go over, we can see delete API key, and we are passing the API key to the URL and delete, and also setting the invalidate tag so it will load the get all API keys. So I'm going to cancel this, and then inside here I'm just going to import it. So I've done that here, and I'm going to just remove this here. So let me import this mutation, and I'm going to just enable this here, and then let me import and those from Solar, and then we are done. So now let me try and delete a key. So I'll delete the test key, and if I click on delete, we can see that it works. Great. So we are done with the API keys. So now let's work on the overview page. So I'm going to go into let's go into page and go into overview, and then go into index.txt. So inside here we can see two components. We have the overview chart and the recent upload. So going to overview chart, and then inside overview chart we have the chart display here. And then if I go into my API analytics API, you should see we have the API here. Now we are going to use the use get user analytics with chat query, and then we're going to use that inside here. So now this is just using the sort of dummy data I'm going to remove, and this is just a chat type. So a chat is coming. We're using chats from Shanty UI and WeChat here. So if you scroll down, we have the chat config, uploads, and then usage. Then we are generating a past 30 days data, and you can see the array using data function. And then this is where we return the value, the date, which is date string, upload, usage, and format data. Then we have the active chat. Then we can get the 30 days. So we subtract 29 from the current date, and then we have the end date here. So yeah, this is just dummy data. We're going to remove this. And then this is a dummy data. So if you scroll down, we can see the card title description, and then this is the card that shows the reporting that shows uh, the uploaded files, the value, and the usage, and also the value. Then we have the chat container. We're using a bar chart, and once you scroll, we can see the tick formatter. Then if you scroll down, yeah, we can see how we formatted the value. So we wanted to format the value, so we show format bytes for usage. So that's the reason we added it here. And then so we had to modify the tooltips, and then we added the legend here. Then now we have storage usage. So if you go into storage usage, this is just showing the progress bar, and we can see the formatted usage, formatted quota, and then this is the percent. So we get a percentage by dividing the usage by the quota, and then that is it. So let me scroll up now, and let's get the endpoint. So I have the endpoints here, so I'm going to just enable this, and then I'm going to remove this. Then I'm going to remove this mock data here, and I'm going to enable this here. So let me import this, and then inside data we can say data, remove this, say data dot charts, like this. So we have data that's uploaded, total uploaded file per period, and uploaded usage, and total usage for period. Then we can have the summary. So I'm going to remove all of this and say dot storage summary, dot storage summary. So let's also remove this dummy data from here, and we are done with it. So if you scroll down, everything is fine. We can see everything is fine. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to let's go into and if you're able to see uploaded file is showing 0 in the past. So let me click on load. So something is wrong. So let me inspect network tab, then reload this page. And if I click on user and click on chat, um, okay, total upload file for period. So let me scroll back up. We have total uploaded. So this one is total upload file for period. So that means I'm going to let me go into the response, chat response, and let me change this here. And then if I click on overview, this error should stop, and this should reload, and we should be able to see 3. And now if you hover here, you can see 0, and if I move my mouse here, you can see 3 here. Then if I click on usage, if I click here, you can see 474.16 kilobytes. and then we can see the usage and also the size, the storage quota, and then we have the list of recent upload. And then let me show you that component. If you click on recent upload, you should be able to see this is showing default to list, and then show pagination to false and show toolbar to false. So so that is it. So we are done with everything. If I click here, dark mode, we can see the dark mode. And then if I go over to files, doc, and then if I click on API keys and then settings. So we are done with everything. Now let's go ahead and then deploy our project. So before we go ahead and deploy, we need to add our logger. So just come over to your backend. Remember, we are setting logger for local, so we need to handle for production. So I'm going to clear all the files in my editor, and then I'll go inside utils.logger. So now we need to handle for production. And to do that, we are going to be using a platform called Beta Stacked and Logtail. So let's go ahead and sign up. So yeah, I'm going to go on Google, search for Beta Stacked Logtail, and then you should be able to see this link. So click on this link and sign up. And once you sign up, you'll be brought into the dashboard here like this. So once you're here, now we need to create a connect resource. So just click on connect resource here, and then you can give this a name. So I'll just say upload next API like this, and I just leave this like this, and then we need to select JavaScript and Node here. So just select this and then click on connect source. And once you create this now, we can be able to get the ingesting host and the source ID. So you can see some example of how to use it. So I'm going to copy both of these. So I'll copy this and then copy this, and let's go over to our code and then paste it inside the env. So inside the code, I'm just going to go into the env, and then below here I'm going to just add that here. So I've pasted it here. So just define logtail source token, paste the token here, and then also the ingesting host. Make sure you add HTTPS like this. And once you are done, let's go into the config, env config, and then let's define it below here. So I'm going to define this here. Um, Logtail source token, logtail ingesting host. So once that is done, let's go into our logger, go into logger.txt inside the utils, and then let's import it. So I've already installed the package. If you click on packages here, we should see logtail node, logtail Winston. You can click on the documentation there, and they will take you to the they'll take you to how where you will install this, the packages that you need to install. So we've already installed it. So just come over back into logger tx, and then inside here, let me import this. So I'm going to say import from at logtail Winston, and then let's get the logtail transport here. And then below here, we are going to let's come here and say if env.node env is equals to production, then we can just say transport dot push new log transport logtail. So we need to define logtail here. So let's get logtail from say import um logtail from Um, so I think I made a mistake. We need to define, we didn't set the configuration. So let me go back up and let me come here and let's define and logtail.config.txt here. And then let me do that here. So I'm going to import logtail from logtail node, and then we're going to pass in the env logtail source token and also the endpoint. So now we can import logtail. So just import that from config. So I'm going to paste it here, and let me import it from logtail from config, and then that's it. So we are done with this. So now let's deploy our project. So I'm going to create a repo inside my GitHub. So I'll say git, and then before we go and do that, let's go into index here. We didn't add something from logger. From the log tail, we need to add it inside the index.txt. So I'll close this here and just go down to the ending where we have, yeah, we can just do await log tail, and then we can do flush. So this will ensure all logs are sent before existing. So I'm just going to do that. So now we are done with this. So now inside my GitHub, I'm going to create a repo. Uh, let me click on, let me click here. Okay, create new repo. And then I'm going to call this, let's call this file storage SaaS platform. The file storage SaaS platform. So let me stick with this one. And then I'm going to click on public, and then click on create repository. And then let me cancel both of these. And then let me close this. And then let's go into a folder, and then let's click on, let's do, sorry. So inside the entire file, I'm just going to add new file dot git ignore. So I'm just going to paste it here, and then this should, now let's navigate into, and then let's say git add, sorry, git initialize, then git add, then git commit. So let me use this begin, and I'm going to commit this. So let's add the, let's scroll down here, and let's use git branch main, and then let's copy this, paste it here, and then let me push this. So now let's wait for this to push. Uh, so this has pushed. So let me reload this. Scroll up, you should say backend and then clients. So now to set up our backend, let's go into um, let's go into render. So just go to render.com and then sign up with render, and you should be able to s- deploy your backend, your Node.js. So I've already logged in, so I'll just go to projects and then let me click on new project. Um, let's click on a web service here, and then let me select the first. I think is this one I create. So once you select that, now we need to go and get the envs. So let me come here and let's click on backend, click on the env, and I'm going to copy all of this here. So let me just change this to production. And I'm going to scroll down. So I'm going to change this to upload next like this. And then we're going to select node main branch. And then we're going to say backend folder. And then we're going to say let's remove this. Say npm install, and then we're going to say production first and npm run build. So this is going to install the types, the dev dependency, and then get the this folder, and then it's going to run build. So now let's do node this. If we go inside our packet adjustment, we added it here. Node this slash index.js, and then you just select the free one. Scroll down and let's add this. Add from env. Paste everything here, and we're going to change the allowed origin, and then make sure this is in production, and I think okay. So let me click on add variables, and I think we've added everything here. So now let's deploy this. So I'll click on deploy web service, and then let's wait for this to. So while this is deploying, let's copy the URL and let's go to Visio. So go to visio.com, log into your project, go into your account, and then let's create a new project. So I'll click on project here, and I'm going to select this MERN API. No, okay, this is now. So instead of me using this, I think I'm having issue with connecting my GitHub repo. So I'm going to do that locally. So I'm going to search for Visio um Visio CLI, and I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on Visio CLI, and then we need to install Visio globally. So I'm just going to navigate into, let me cd, let me clear. So I'll just cd clients, and then I'm going to I've already installed Visio globally, and then we can just, let me check the version I'm using, and then this should give me the version of Visio I install, and you can see it here. So now the next thing we are going to do is now let's click on deploy. Okay, we are going to have, we can do Visio here, and I'm looking for where they ask for the env. So no need, we are going to do that from the website. So I'm just going to paste Visio. And this is going to ask you to log in if you have not logged in. But I'm already logged in, so it's going to set up and deploy it. So I'll say yes. And it's going to ask, because I'm logged in, it's going to ask for the project. I'll say yes. I'll say no. So I'm going to pick a name. So I'll just say upload next. I don't want this to be the same thing with the one. I'll just say upload. I'll say yes. No. Yes. And note before deploying this, let me collapse this. You need to add this inside your. Okay, I think I added it here in the starter and front end. You can see Visual JSON. So this is going to point every pages to index.html. So let me so this is going to be, but this is not we're not yet building this for production. This is still if you add if you put Visual here, this is just going to deploy it for development. So I'm just going to go back. Let me go into my Visual now. And if I go back to Visual, I should be able to see I should be able to see I should be able to see the project. So now this is, so I'll click on this now. Now we can see our project now. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go into the settings. Then I'm going to go into environment variable, and let's go into client. Click on env, and then let's copy the vite base URL. I'll paste it here, and let me go into render as deployed. So I'll copy the render part, then go into my Visual dashboard. Then I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to do this vite API URL. I'll add another one. I'll paste it here. Then I'm going to paste the backend URL, and I'm going to put slash API. Then let me just add this. I'm not using this, so I can leave this here. So let me just remove this. So let's save this. So I've saved this now. I'll just dismiss this. Then I'll go to, let me go ahead and modify the project build domain. Let me click on domain, edit. So let me just remove the dash here and click on save. Okay, something like this. This is okay. So now we can then, let's go back to the overview, and then let's copy this part. Then go back to render, and then inside render, let's click here, go to environment, then let's edit this, go to origin, and then let me replace this with the one we copied. Sorry, let me go back to Visio. So I'll copy this now. I'll go back to and then I'm going to paste it here like this. And then let me click on save, and then save and rebuild. And this should show, okay, this is running. So then let's go and deploy, let's go and then put project to production. So I'll say dash production. Then I'm going to visual production, and this is going to run. I think okay. Let's see. So now I've pushed this. So now let me try this. Let me look at this if this is still running. Let me go to events. This has deployed completely. So let me try and sign in with this. Let me reload this. Let me inspect, and then I'm going to just pick uh uh I think, did I remember the password? Yeah, dollar sign. And then let me click on network tab. Click on login. This will show cause error. Let's see. Okay, it works. Let's save this. This is showing cause error. API analytics user. Why is it showing cause error for only for the analytics and not showing cause error for this? Hmm. Okay. Let me just copy this. Let me go back to my backend, and then let me go into SRC. Let me go into config, um, env config, and let me set default here to this, and let me push this cd. So let me just do git add, git commit, and then I'm going to push the git push push origin main, and then this will run backend again. So I'm just going to go into my backend, our server. Let's click on events. Let me click on settings, then click on events. Yeah, we can see that it's running now. So this should deploy. Let me quickly remove all of this. So let me wait for this to complete building. So now this has built completely. So let me go back to projects. I'm going to click on enter, and let's see. Now it's working. It's working fine. So now we can click here. Let's try to upload files. Let me click on upload. Click here. Select files. Uh, I'll click on enter, upload, and this will upload the file. We should see the file I've uploaded. I can click here, copy the link. I'll come over here, paste it, click, and you should see uploaded to unrender files, and you can be able to see the files. Then let's try to delete, and then the file is deleting. So let's go to API keys, and then we should test and create API key demo key. I just click on demo and then click on done, and then this should work. And then uh, so that is it. So we are done with uploading our project to render and visual. So let's look at our log. So I'll go into connect source. I'll go into my beta stacks here. I'll click on source, and then we can see the upload next API. So I'll click on this, and then we should be able to see the logs. Yeah, we can see the logs here. We can see all of them are showing here. You can scroll down to see all of the logs here. So that is it for this project. So we are going to work on the package, the TypeScript SDK in the next video. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and then share this video. And see you in the next in the part 2 of this project.